In the cradle of Western civilization, nestled between rugged mountains and the deep blue of the Mediterranean Sea, an extraordinary culture took shape, one that would leave an indelible mark on art, politics, philosophy, and storytelling for millennia. Ancient Greece, fractured into city-states yet united in language, customs, and religion, became a fertile ground for myths. Stories that explained the inexplicable, that gave faces to forces of nature, and that wove moral and spiritual meaning into the fabric of everyday life. To understand Greek mythology, we must journey back, not merely to a time, but to a worldview where gods walked among mortals, and every thunderstorm, every harvest, every tragedy was linked to the will of divine beings. The roots of Greek mythology run deeper than the classical period of Athens or the majestic Parthenon. They begin in the Bronze Age, with the Minoan civilization of Crete and the Mycenaean palaces on the Greek mainland. The Minoans, whose vibrant frescoes and elaborate labyrinthine palaces inspired tales of minotaurs and mighty kings, worshipped a pantheon of nature deities, many of them female. The Mycenaeans, who conquered the Minoans around 1450 BCE, brought with them a warrior culture steeped in tales of valor and vengeance. It was in these early societies that the seeds of Greek mythology were first sown, though their full flowering would take centuries. From the fall of the Mycenaean civilization around 1100 BCE, came the so-called Greek Dark Ages. Writing was lost, trade diminished, and monumental architecture disappeared. Yet even in this period of obscurity, the oral tradition thrived. Bards and poets preserved the myths of gods and heroes by committing them to memory, performing them across generations. These tales were not static. Each retelling transformed them, adapted them to new audiences and changing values. Eventually, these stories would be committed to writing, giving us the foundational texts of Greek mythology, the epic poems of Homer, the theological cosmology of Hesiod, and later the dramas of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides. Greek mythology is not a unified or fixed system. It evolved in tandem with Greek society, reflecting its conflicts, aspirations, and questions about existence. Unlike some mythologies centered around a single creation story or divine hierarchy, the Greek pantheon was dynamic and often contradictory. Zeus might be the king of gods, but he is challenged, tricked, and even defied. Hera is both a powerful queen and a symbol of jealousy and vengeance. Myths often present gods with human flaws, lust, rage, vanity, pride, and in doing so, they mirror the complexities of human behavior. In the world of the ancient Greeks, mythology was not a mere collection of tales to be enjoyed. It was integral to daily life. Myths shaped rituals, dictated the calendar, and provided the moral compass by which people lived. Each polis, or city-state, had its patron deity, its own sacred festivals, its own version of shared myths. In Athens, the goddess Athena was honored with the Panathenaic festival, a grand celebration of civic pride and divine favor. In Delphi, the oracle of Apollo guided decisions ranging from warfare to agriculture. These divine narratives were etched into temple walls, performed in amphitheaters, painted on vases, and sung in processions. The cultural context of mythology was thus a deeply religious one, though Greek religion differed significantly from modern conceptions of faith. The Greeks did not worship their gods in hopes of salvation or redemption. Rather, they sought balance and reciprocity. Offerings, sacrifices, and prayers were meant to appease or curry favor with gods who could be capricious and vengeful, as often as they were benevolent. The principle of do ut des, eat give so that you may give, was central. If a harvest failed, or a storm destroyed a fleet, it was assumed that the gods had been offended. The myths gave context to these divine moods, offering cautionary tales and exemplars of piety. Politics and mythology were deeply intertwined. Rulers traced their lineages to gods or heroic ancestors to legitimize their power. Alexander the Great famously claimed descent from Heracles and Zeus. The Spartans honored the myth of Lycurgus, a semi-divine lawgiver, whose reforms laid the foundation for their militaristic society. Myths were not simply escapism, they were a means of reinforcing social norms, justifying laws, and consolidating power. They offered a shared language of symbols and stories that bound the community together across class and regional divisions. As Greek culture spread through colonization and conquest, from the coastlines of Asia Minor to Sicily and North Africa, its mythology followed. In each new land, local gods and traditions were absorbed or syncretized into the Greek pantheon. The goddess Isis in Egypt, for example, was eventually associated with Demeter and Aphrodite. These exchanges enriched the mythology further, adding layers of complexity and regional variation. In Ionia, the myths might emphasize different epithets of a god than in Boeotia or Thessaly. This pluralism was a hallmark of Greek mythic thought. No single narrative was authoritative, and contradictions were embraced as part of the divine mystery. The artistic expressions of mythology reveal its omnipresence in Greek life. Vases show scenes from the Trojan War, sacrifices at altars, and divine punishments in the underworld. Temples tell stories in stone, with friezes and metopes illustrating myths of battle and transcendence. Theater, too, was a sacred act. During festivals like the Dionysia, entire cities would gather to watch dramatizations of myth. These plays were not just entertainment, they were a public forum for exploring the human condition through divine allegory. Sophocles' Oedipus Rex is as much about fate and the will of the gods as it is about civic duty and moral blindness. Education in ancient Greece was steeped in myth. Children learned the names and deeds of the gods before they mastered the alphabet. Philosophers debated the moral implications of myths, sometimes embracing them, sometimes criticizing them. Plato, for example, saw myths as both valuable allegories and dangerous distortions, depending on how they were used. Yet even as philosophy and science began to offer alternative explanations for the natural world, mythology retained its grip on the Greek imagination. It adapted, reinterpreted, and persisted alongside more rational thought. The historical context of Greek mythology also includes the eventual rise of Rome, which absorbed and renamed many of the Greek gods while retaining their essential attributes. Zeus became Jupiter, Aphrodite became Venus, and so on. This Roman adaptation ensured that Greek myth would survive the decline of Hellenic civilization. As Rome expanded, so too did the influence of these stories, eventually embedding themselves in the literature, art, and philosophy of the Western world. Over time, the myths became disconnected from their original religious functions but never lost their power. During the Renaissance, artists and writers rediscovered Greek mythology as a wellspring of humanist inspiration. In the Enlightenment, scholars studied the myths as cultural artifacts, seeking in them the origins of civilization. In the modern era, they have been reimagined in novels, films, and psychological theories. Figures like Carl Jung and Joseph Campbell have explored Greek myths as archetypes of the human psyche, seeing in them eternal patterns of growth, struggle, and transformation. What we inherit today is not merely a set of ancient stories, but a worldview, a way of seeing the universe as alive with symbolic meaning. The myths endure not because they are static relics, but because they are fluid, rich with metaphor, and endlessly adaptable. They continue to teach, to warn, to inspire. In the flickering torchlight of an Athenian amphitheater, in the carved marbles of a ruined temple, in the whispered prayers of a seafarer to Poseidon, we glimpse a culture that sought to make sense of a chaotic world by giving it form, face, and story. In understanding the historical and cultural context of Greek mythology, we begin to see how deeply it was interwoven with the lives of the people who told and retold it. From the earliest myths scratched into clay tablets to the grand epics sung by traveling bards, from the temples of Delphi to the walls of Pompeii, mythology was not separate from life, it was life. It defined the seasons, justified the wars, sanctified the laws, and consoled the dying. It was memory, morality, and mystery, passed from one generation to the next in a continuous, evolving dialogue between humans and the divine. And in that ongoing conversation, we are still participants. Whether we recognize it or not, we live among these ancient echoes. The names of our planets, the tropes of our fiction, the questions we ask about power, justice, and destiny, all are shaped by the stories first told on Greek soil. To study Greek mythology is to study ourselves, not as we are, but as we have always tried to be: noble, fallible, curious, afraid, and endlessly compelled by the possibility that somewhere beyond the stars or within our own hearts, the gods are still watching. To truly enter the world of Greek mythology, one must first understand not just the stories themselves, but the distinctive characteristics that define the mythological framework. Unlike rigid theological systems or prescriptive religious doctrines, Greek mythology exists in a space that is at once narrative, symbolic, and profoundly human. It is through this unique lens that the ancient Greeks interpreted the world around them, and it is these characteristics that make their myths both enduring and deeply relatable. Central to the Greek mythological worldview is the notion that the divine is not a distant abstraction, but a reflection, often an exaggeration of human nature itself. The gods in all their glory and shame are magnified versions of mortals, imbued with supernatural power, yet driven by familiar impulses. One of the most defining features of Greek mythology is anthropomorphism, the attribution of human form, emotions, and behavior to the gods. Unlike the animal-headed deities of Egypt, or the formless cosmic entities of some Eastern traditions, the Greek gods are strikingly human. They quarrel and love, deceive and forgive, hunger and rage. Zeus, the king of the gods, is as known for his infidelities and cunning as he is for his thunderbolts and leadership. Hera, his wife and queen, burns with jealousy and exercises a fierce will to uphold marriage, even while suffering its many indignities. This anthropomorphism makes the divine realm of Olympus intensely relatable. The gods are not moral exemplars, but rather agents of drama and emotion, participants in a cosmic theater that mirrors the mortal world. By giving gods human traits, the myths offer a mirror through which humanity can examine itself, its strengths, flaws, and contradictions. This blending of the human and divine leads naturally into another key feature of Greek mythology: its deep interconnection with nature and the natural world. For the ancient Greeks, the world was not a mechanical system governed by abstract laws, but a living, breathing entity infused with divine presence. Every mountain, river, grove, and island had a spirit or deity associated with it. The sea was ruled by Poseidon, who could calm or enrage the waters with a flick of his trident. Forests were home to dryads and satyrs, mysterious beings who laughed and played among the trees. The sun rose each day because Helios rode his fiery chariot across the sky, and the seasons changed due to Demeter's grief and joy at the return of her daughter, Persephone. These mythic explanations may seem fanciful by modern standards, but they reflect a profound attempt to personalize and understand the cosmos. Nature was not inert, it was alive, willful, and deserving of reverence or fear. Greek mythology also embodies a striking moral ambiguity that sets it apart from many later religious traditions. The gods are not always just, and the heroes are not always good. Odysseus, hailed as a paragon of intelligence and perseverance, also lies, cheats, and brings suffering to others. Achilles, the mightiest warrior of the Trojan War, is both a hero and a harbinger of destruction. The gods themselves are often morally compromised. Aphrodite incites passion that leads to ruin. Ares delights in bloodshed, and Dionysus blurs the lines between ecstasy and madness. This complexity is not a flaw, but a feature. Greek mythology does not present a simplistic world of good versus evil. Rather, it invites the audience to grapple with the nuances of human experience. The myths reflect the belief that life is a balance of opposites, order and chaos, wisdom and folly, love and vengeance, and that true understanding comes from navigating these tensions. Another key characteristic is the use of myth to explore fate and destiny. The Greeks had a strong sense of inevitability woven into their worldview, encapsulated in the concept of Moira, the portion or fate allotted to each individual. Even the gods were not fully free from fate. They could delay it, manipulate it, but never ultimately escape it. This theme is particularly prominent in tragedies, where characters often struggle against their destinies only to fulfill them in the very act of resistance. Oedipus, despite every effort to avoid his fate, kills his father and marries his mother. In myth, fate is not cruel in a capricious sense, but rather an impersonal force, an underlying current to which all beings, mortal and immortal, are subject. This lends Greek mythology a sense of gravity and solemnity, even amid the wild adventures and fantastic beings. It reminds the listener that there is a deeper order at work, one that demands humility and reflection. The role of myth in structuring societal and cultural norms is also central. Myths served as repositories of collective memory, preserving the values, fears, and ideals of the Greek people. They offered models of heroism and cautionary tales about hubris, the dangerous overreaching of human ambition. Prometheus, who stole fire from the gods to give to mankind, is both celebrated as a benefactor and punished as a transgressor. Icarus flies too close to the sun, ignoring his father's warnings, and pays the price. These stories encode cultural lessons about obedience, balance, and the limitations of human endeavor. Yet they also celebrate individual excellence, the Greek concept of arete, a striving toward the highest potential. Heroes are not perfect, but they are great in their struggle, their suffering, and their defiance. Myth thus operates both as a guide and a challenge, holding up ideals while acknowledging the painful realities of life. Another characteristic worth examining is the fluidity and multiplicity of the myths themselves. There is rarely a single canonical version of any myth. Different poets, playwrights, and regions told the same stories in varied ways. In one account, Helen of Troy goes willingly with Paris. In another, she is kidnapped. Sometimes Persephone eats 6 seeds in the underworld, sometimes 4. This variability is not seen as a problem, but as a richness. Greek mythology exists as a tapestry of voices, each adding a thread to the overall picture. This openness reflects the Greek love of debate, dialogue, and interpretation. It also underscores the performative nature of mythology. These were stories to be told aloud, reimagined for new audiences, adapted to new contexts. The myths were living texts, shaped by the people who recited and received them. Symbolism also plays a critical role in the fabric of Greek myth. Creatures like the Hydra, the Gorgon, or the Chimera are not merely monsters to be defeated. They symbolize deeper fears and challenges. The labyrinth is not just a physical maze, but a metaphor for the complexity of human thought and the perils of confronting the unknown. Fire, water, and wind are not just elements but expressions of divine will. Even the gods themselves serve symbolic functions. Athena represents wisdom and strategic war. Artemis the purity and danger of nature. Hermes the liminal spaces between realms. These symbols create layers of meaning that can be peeled back endlessly. A single myth may speak to a political truth, a psychological insight, and a cosmic law all at once. The richness of this symbolism invites continual reflection and reinterpretation, which is one reason the myths remain so potent even today. Humor and irony are also key, though sometimes overlooked. Greek mythology is filled with tricksters, reversals of fortune, and gods who find themselves humbled or outwitted. Hermes steals Apollo's cattle as a baby. Dionysus brings down haughty rulers through revelry and madness. Even mighty Zeus is often portrayed as being manipulated by fate, prophecy, or his own impulses. This infusion of wit keeps the mythology grounded. It allows the Greeks to laugh at power, to acknowledge the absurdity of life, and to find joy amid the chaos. The myths are not didactic sermons. They are dynamic, dramatic, and often playful explorations of life's mysteries. Finally, Greek mythology is characterized by its integration into every aspect of Greek life. It was not confined to temples or texts, but infused the calendar, the cityscape, and the education of every child. Myths explained the origins of constellations, justified political structures, and sanctified rites of passage. They were evoked in legal cases, embedded in coins and architecture, and invoked in daily speech. This total integration meant that mythology was not an isolated domain of priests or poets. It belonged to everyone. Whether a farmer praying to Demeter for a good harvest, a soldier invoking Ares before battle, or a mother telling her child the story of Persephone's return in spring. The myths were part of the rhythm of life. In this way, the characteristics of Greek mythology form a multi-dimensional framework, a humanized pantheon, expressing the spectrum of emotion and behavior, a world infused with divinity and symbolism. A narrative system that accepts contradiction, invites interpretation, and resists dogma. A moral landscape where virtue is complicated and fate inevitable. And a cultural matrix that saturates every corner of daily existence. These features do not merely define an ancient storytelling tradition. They reveal a civilization's way of seeing the world and situating itself within it. That vision, captured in myth, continues to resonate because it is not fixed in time. It speaks to the core of human experience, our wonder, our struggle, our joy, and our need to believe that behind the veil of stars or the rumble of thunder, there is something greater, something divine, that echoes our own journey. The world of Greek mythology, vast and layered, would be scarcely known to us today, were it not for the written and artistic records left behind by the ancient Greeks. The richness of these myths has survived, not because they were rigidly preserved, but because they were told and retold across centuries, evolving through oral tradition before finding permanence in the works of poets, playwrights, and artists. The primary sources that serve as our window into this mythological universe are as complex and varied as the stories themselves. From the epic poetry of Homer to the philosophical musings of Plato, from the fragmentary hymns of Hesiod to the tragic plays of Aeschylus and Euripides, each source provides a different lens, offering a composite portrait of a culture steeped in myth. But even these texts are only part of the story. Much of what we know about Greek mythology also comes from material culture, vases, sculptures, temple friezes, and coins, all of which preserve the narratives and symbols that shaped ancient Greek identity. Perhaps the most foundational texts in the Greek mythological canon are the epics of Homer, the Iliad, and the Odyssey. Though the events they recount are framed around the Trojan War and its aftermath, these poems are more than historical fiction. They are grand tapestries of divine intervention, heroic struggle, and moral complexity. Composed around the 8th century BCE, these epics were transmitted orally for generations before being committed to writing. The Iliad immerses us in the final days of the Trojan War, revealing not just the valor of warriors like Achilles and Hector, but the meddling of gods such as Athena, Apollo, and Zeus, who manipulate the battlefield according to their rivalries and affections. The Odyssey, in contrast, follows the journey of Odysseus as he tries to return home, encountering monsters, enchantresses, and the wrath of Poseidon. These epics do not merely recount myth, they embody it, capturing the rhythms of Greek thought, the values of honor and cunning, and the omnipresent influence of the divine. Closely related to Homer, yet distinct in focus, is Hesiod, a poet who lived around the same time, or slightly later. His works, particularly Theogony and Works and Days, offer a more systematic approach to mythology. Theogony presents a genealogy of the gods, tracing the origins of the cosmos from the primordial chaos to the reign of Zeus. Through this work, we are introduced to a sprawling pantheon of divine and monstrous beings: Gaia, Uranus, the Titans, the Cyclopes, and many others. Hesiod's account serves as a kind of mythological framework, providing the scaffolding upon which later stories were built. Unlike Homer's narrative epics, Theogony reads almost like a sacred text, a catalogue of divine births and cosmic struggles. Works and Days, meanwhile, blends myth with moral instruction, recounting the story of Prometheus and Pandora to illustrate human suffering and the need for diligence and justice. In both works, Hesiod establishes a mythic chronology and infuses it with ethical reflection. Beyond Homer and Hesiod, Greek mythology flourishes in the dramatic literature of the 5th century BCE, especially in the tragedies performed during religious festivals in Athens. Aeschylus, often considered the father of tragedy, dramatized the myth of Agamemnon and the cursed house of Atreus, exploring themes of fate, justice, and divine retribution. His Oresteia trilogy, in particular, reveals how myths were used to probe civic values and legal evolution, moving from vengeance to the establishment of law through the intervention of the goddess Athena. Sophocles, another towering figure, gave us enduring portrayals of mythic characters like Oedipus and Antigone. His plays confront the tragic dimensions of prophecy, pride, and the limits of human knowledge. Euripides, perhaps the most psychologically complex of the tragedians, often portrayed the gods as distant or cruel and gave voice to women and outsiders, reimagining figures like Medea, Phaedra, and the Bacchae in ways that challenge traditional pieties. Through these dramatists, Greek mythology became a vehicle not just for storytelling, but for social and philosophical inquiry, a mirror held up to the city-state and its citizens. In addition to epic and drama, myth was also preserved and transmitted through lyric poetry, philosophical texts, and historical works. Poets like Pindar and Sappho referenced mythological themes in their odes and hymns, while philosophers such as Plato and Aristotle grappled with the ethical and metaphysical implications of mythic stories. Plato, in particular, used myth allegorically, often incorporating or critiquing traditional myths to explore his own philosophical doctrines. In the Republic, for example, he recounts the myth of Hera, a tale of the soul's journey after death, to illustrate the immortality of the soul and the structure of justice. Though critical of the poets for their portrayal of the gods, Plato nonetheless recognized the enduring power of myth to communicate complex ideas in accessible forms. Later, historians like Herodotus and geographers like Pausanias included myth in their accounts, blending legend and history in ways that enriched the cultural record. But our understanding of Greek mythology is not confined to texts. A vast array of visual and material evidence brings these stories to life and confirms their ubiquity in ancient Greek society. Pottery, especially black figure and red figure vases, offers some of the most vivid and immediate depictions of myth. These vessels, used in everyday life, often illustrate scenes from well-known myths: Heracles fighting the Nemean lion, Perseus slaying Medusa, or Theseus confronting the Minotaur. These images not only reflect popular stories, but also suggest how myths were visualized and interpreted by different artists and patrons. In many cases, vase paintings preserve details not found in the literary sources, indicating a vibrant and parallel tradition of mythic storytelling. Sculpture and architecture also played a crucial role in mythological representation. The temples of the ancient world were adorned with sculpted pediments and friezes depicting mythic events. The Parthenon in Athens, for example, features scenes of Athena's birth, the battle between the Lapiths and Centaurs, and the Panathenaic procession, all of which embed myth within the civic and religious identity of the city. These images were not decorative alone. They were sacred narratives rendered in stone, meant to be contemplated and revered. Even smaller objects, coins, jewelry, mirrors, carried mythic motifs, ensuring that the gods and heroes were never far from the thoughts of ordinary people. Inscriptions and papyri offer yet another layer of mythological record. Dedications to gods, festival programs, and even school exercises often reference mythological content. These fragmentary texts, sometimes unearthed in garbage heaps or buried libraries, provide a sense of how myths were taught, debated, and ritualized. Myth was not confined to the elite. It was a shared cultural inheritance, woven into the rituals of birth, marriage, and death, as well as the civic life of the polis. The diversity of sources, textual and material, underscores the multifaceted role of mythology in Greek culture. It was not merely a subject for artistic or religious expression. It was a tool for education, a framework for understanding natural phenomena, a means of exploring ethical dilemmas, and a source of entertainment. The preservation of these myths depended on a complex interplay of oral and written transmission, artistic innovation, and communal memory. Even as the political landscape of Greece changed, from city-states to empires, from independence to Roman rule, the myths endured, adapting to new contexts without losing their core resonance. With the rise of Hellenistic culture, following the conquests of Alexander the Great, Greek mythology spread across the Mediterranean and Near East, merging with local traditions and inspiring new interpretations. Alexandrian poets like Callimachus and Apollonius of Rhodes reworked older myths into refined literary forms, often with self-conscious erudition. Apollonius's Argonautica, for instance, tells the story of Jason and the Argonauts with a blend of epic grandeur and psychological subtlety, reflecting a new era of myth-making. These later works show how mythology could evolve with changing tastes and intellectual climates, remaining relevant long after the classical age. Roman authors, such as Ovid and Virgil, would later adopt and adapt Greek myths, translating them into Latin and reshaping them to suit Roman values and sensibilities. Ovid's Metamorphoses, a sweeping compendium of transformation myths, drawn largely from Greek sources, ensured that these stories would continue to echo through the Renaissance and beyond. Through such translations and reinterpretations, Greek mythology became part of the Western canon, influencing artists, writers, and thinkers for centuries to come. Today, as we reconstruct Greek mythology from these various fragments, epic, drama, lyric, vase painting, sculpture, we are not merely recovering stories of the past. We are engaging with a living tradition, one that has never ceased to evolve. The richness of the sources invites us not only to study, but to participate in the ongoing conversation between myth and meaning. In each vase fragment, each faded manuscript, each crumbling temple, there lies a thread of that ancient tapestry, still vibrant, still speaking to the questions that have always defined the human condition. And as we listen to those voices across the millennia, we are reminded that mythology is more than memory. It is imagination preserved. It is the sacred and the profane, the heroic and the tragic, the known and the mysterious, all captured in a language that transcends time. Through the works of Homer and Hesiod, through the eyes of painters and sculptors, through the echoes of ancient theaters, we encounter not just the myths themselves, but the people who lived by them. And in doing so, we begin to understand ourselves. To the ancient Greeks, myths were far more than stories passed from one generation to the next. They were living explanations, practical tools, spiritual anchors, and moral signposts embedded in the cultural, religious, and emotional lives of the people. Every myth served a function, often many at once, functions that transcended entertainment and touched on the deepest human concerns: life and death, justice and revenge, order and chaos, pride and humility. These narratives were not static. They were told around fires, whispered in temples, reenacted in theaters, inscribed in stone, and recited at festivals. And with each telling, they shaped not only individual understanding, but collective identity. The myths functioned as a bridge between gods and mortals, between nature and culture, between what could be known and what remained forever mysterious. One of the most fundamental functions of Greek myth was to explain the natural world. In a time before the systematic study of science, the Greeks looked to stories to make sense of the forces around them. Myths served as cosmological maps, not just describing how the world came to be, but why it behaved the way it did. When the earth shook, it was because Poseidon, god of the sea and earthquakes, struck the ground with his trident in fury. When thunder cracked across the sky, it was Zeus, hurling his mighty bolts from atop Mount Olympus. The seasons themselves were explained through the tale of Demeter and Persephone, a cycle of loss and reunion mirrored in the withering and rebirth of the land. This myth made sense of agriculture, of seasonal famine and abundance, by aligning it with divine emotion and familial love. Such explanations gave comfort in a world ruled by unpredictability. They did not remove the danger of drought, disease, or natural disaster, but they framed these events within a structure of meaning. The natural world, through myth, was not chaotic or indifferent. It was a theater in which gods played their roles, often in response to human action or divine will. In that sense, myths functioned as a means of interpreting not only what had happened, but what might yet occur. They endowed nature with personality, turning fear into reverence, curiosity into ritual, and observation into sacred narrative. Beyond nature, myths also functioned as tools of morality and social instruction. The Greek world was fragmented into city-states, each with its own customs, yet unified by common mythic stories that reinforced shared values. These stories were often cautionary. The tale of Icarus, who flew too close to the sun with wings of wax despite his father's warnings, taught the danger of hubris and the virtue of moderation. The punishment of Tantalus, who served his own son as a meal to the gods and was doomed to eternal hunger and thirst, warned against the desecration of sacred bonds. These were not abstract lessons. They were vivid and emotional, often involving intense suffering and irreversible consequences. By encoding moral teaching in dramatic, memorable events, myths shaped behavior more powerfully than laws or decrees. At the same time, myth did not present morality in black and white terms. Greek myths often celebrated cunning as much as honesty, strength as much as restraint. Odysseus, known as the most clever of Greek heroes, often lied and deceived, but his intelligence was celebrated as a form of excellence, metis, the wisdom of craft and strategy. Heracles, though impulsive and brutal at times, earned divinity through his suffering and labors. These complexities reflect the moral ambiguity of life itself. The Greeks did not expect perfection, they expected struggle, and in that struggle they found nobility. Myth taught that life was not about avoiding failure but enduring it, learning from it, and rising beyond it. Myths also served to legitimize institutions and customs. Many city-states traced their origins to divine or heroic ancestors, grounding their political and social systems in mythic authority. Athens, for example, claimed Athena as its divine protector, and traced its legal and civic order to figures like Theseus, who united the scattered communities of Attica into a single polis. Sparta revered the lawgiver Lycurgus, whose mythical status reinforced the city's austere and militaristic code. These stories were not merely history, they were foundations of identity. They gave citizens a sense of destiny and belonging, tying present customs to sacred pasts. Rituals, too, were rooted in myth. The Eleusinian Mysteries, one of the most profound religious rites in the ancient world, reenacted the story of Demeter and Persephone, offering initiates not only a deeper understanding of life and death, but a sense of participation in a divine narrative. In this way, myth was a mechanism of cultural continuity. It preserved traditions while allowing for adaptation. As generations passed and circumstances changed, myths were reinterpreted to reflect new concerns. A war might be justified through a mythic lineage. A ruler's authority might be bolstered by a claimed connection to a hero or god. Even philosophical schools, which often critiqued or reimagined myth, used it to frame their arguments. The Stoics interpreted myths allegorically, seeing in the struggle between gods a metaphor for the conflict between reason and passion. The Neoplatonists saw myths as symbolic expressions of higher truths, coded for those who could read beyond the literal. In every case, the function of myth extended beyond story to serve as a foundation for meaning-making itself. Another vital function of myth was psychological. Myths allowed the Greeks to project inner conflicts and emotions onto a shared canvas. Jealousy, ambition, fear, love, and rage, these were not private experiences alone, but cosmic forces embodied by gods and heroes. When a person felt torn between duty and desire, between rationality and impulse, they could see themselves in the trials of figures like Orestes, torn by the need to avenge his father and the taboo against matricide. When they encountered loss, they could see echoes of their grief in the mourning of Niobe, who lost her children to divine wrath. Myth gave language to emotion and a communal space in which to explore the limits of the human psyche. This psychological function was especially apparent in rites of passage. Myths were integral to transitions: birth, puberty, marriage, death, marking the individual's movement through the stages of life with divine precedent. Young girls in Athens served Artemis in rituals that echoed the goddess's virginity and independence before marriage. Boys participated in athletic and military training that drew on the example of heroic struggle. The myth of Persephone, descending into and returning from the underworld, became a metaphor for the cyclical nature of life, the transformation of identity, and the inevitability of change. By aligning personal experience with mythic structure, individuals found a sense of coherence in the face of the unknown. Myths also reinforced and reflected gender roles, though often in complex and contradictory ways. Female figures in myth ranged from nurturing goddesses like Demeter and Hestia, to vengeful and autonomous ones like Medea and Artemis. These figures embodied the tensions of Greek society regarding the role of women, revered as life-givers and protectors of the household, yet feared for their potential to disrupt order. Myths provided scripts, some to be followed, others to be questioned. The very presence of powerful and transgressive women in myths suggests an ongoing dialogue within Greek culture about power, autonomy, and the boundaries of social expectation. Beyond the personal and social, myths also performed a deeply spiritual function. They provided a sense of connection to the divine, not just as remote beings, but as forces intimately present in the world. Myth was a form of theology, though not in a dogmatic sense. There was no single sacred text, no priestly class to interpret doctrine, but there was a shared belief in a world animated by divine presence. Myths made this presence accessible. They told of gods who walked the earth, who fell in love with mortals, who punished and protected, who bled and wept and laughed. This closeness of the divine reinforced the sacredness of life itself. The grove was not just trees, it was the dwelling of a nymph. The sea was not just water, it was the body of a god. The boundaries between the mundane and the miraculous were fluid, and myth served as the language of that permeability. Festivals and rituals gave further expression to this function. The telling and reenactment of myths during sacred times created a communal experience of the divine. The Dionysia in Athens, with its dramatic competitions, was not only an artistic event, but a religious observance, honoring the god Dionysus, and exploring through myth the themes of identity, madness and transformation. The myth of Orpheus and Eurydice was sung and danced, not just for entertainment, but to commune with the themes of love, death, and the afterlife. These collective performances turned myth into lived religion, fostering both individual catharsis and societal cohesion. In many ways, the functions of Greek mythology are inseparable from the fabric of Greek life. To try to isolate them as mere tales is to miss the point. They were a worldview, a mode of understanding that encompassed science, ethics, politics, emotion, and spirituality. They explained why the sun rises and why people fall in love. They warned of excess and praised endurance. They honored the dead and taught the young. They justified the present by invoking the past and imagined a future shaped by divine order. Myth for the Greeks was not optional, it was essential. And though the world has changed, the functions of myth have not disappeared. Today, we still seek meaning in story, still yearn for patterns in chaos, still ask the same questions that haunted the ancient Greeks. What is justice? What is fate? Why do we suffer? What lies beyond death? In every film, in every novel, in every whispered bedtime story, there are echoes of these ancient narratives refracted, reimagined, but rooted in the same human desire to understand and to belong. Greek mythology endures not only because of its dramatic flair or poetic beauty, but because of its enduring utility. It functioned, and still functions, as a way to hold the chaos of existence in a frame of meaning. That is its power and its gift. Greek mythology, in its layered complexity, did not merely reflect the world, it shaped it. In understanding the functions of myth more deeply, we begin to see that these stories did more than answer questions or codify morals. They formed a kind of living architecture, structuring the very space in which people thought, spoke, acted, and dreamed. The Greeks didn't just believe in myths, they inhabited them. These narratives enveloped every domain of experience, blending seamlessly with ritual, law, politics, education, aesthetics, and internal life. Take, for instance, the deeply political dimension of myth. In a society where democracy was being invented and contested, where debates in the agora determined laws and wars, myth functioned as an ideological tool. Political leaders invoked myth to validate their lineage, or to associate their rule with divine approval. The myth of the autochthonous origin of Athenians, that they sprang from the very soil of Attica, was not merely poetic. It became a powerful nationalist statement. It justified the exclusion of foreigners, reinforced civic pride, and elevated the city's perceived uniqueness. The myth of Theseus, who united the 12 communities of Attica under Athens, served as a model of unification and leadership, especially in moments of civic strife. Myth in this sense was not separate from governance, it was part of its rhetorical and symbolic toolkit. Furthermore, myths allowed for the negotiation of cultural identity. especially in a region as fragmented and diverse as ancient Greece. Each polis adopted and adapted shared myths in ways that reflected local values and priorities. In Corinth, the worship of Aphrodite emphasized her role in fertility and commerce. In Sparta, she was portrayed as a warrior goddess. These variations were not inconsistencies, they were expressions of regional consciousness. Through myth, each city could insert itself into the grand tapestry of Hellenic culture while asserting its distinct voice. Myths were also used to define relationships with non-Greek cultures. By portraying the Amazons, the Persians, or the Trojans as noble yet ultimately inferior opponents, myths framed cultural difference in narratives of conquest and assimilation. They provided psychological and ethical justification for colonization and warfare, casting Greek victory as divinely sanctioned and cosmically ordained. On a more intimate scale, myths functioned as pedagogical tools. From childhood, Greeks were immersed in these stories, learning not only language and poetry, but the values and dilemmas embedded within the mythic framework. The education of a citizen, especially a male citizen in the classical polis, was grounded in familiarity with Homeric epics, tragic cycles, and genealogies of the gods. These were not taught as fiction, but as essential cultural knowledge. To quote Homer was to display erudition. To understand the motives of Ajax or the fate of Orestes was to participate in a shared ethical discourse. This education was not confined to formal schooling. It happened in the home, at symposia, in the marketplace, and during religious festivals. Myths were the foundation of literacy, not just of letters, but of culture. Philosophers too, though often critical of the literal content of myths, engaged deeply with their structure and significance. Socrates questioned the morality of gods who lied and cheated, while Plato envisioned a city that would regulate the types of myths told to children. Yet even Plato, in his moments of greatest abstraction, returned to myth to express ideas that reason alone could not capture. His allegory of the cave, his myth of the soul's journey through reincarnation, his descriptions of Atlantis, these are myths in philosophical dress. They acknowledge the limits of discursive logic and the enduring power of narrative to gesture toward truths that evade precise definition. Myth for the philosophers was both a problem and a necessity, something to be purified, reinterpreted, or allegorized, but never entirely abandoned. The spiritual and ritual dimensions of myth were equally profound. While there was no central scripture or dogma in ancient Greek religion, myth performed many of the functions we associate with sacred text. It was recited in temples, invoked in prayer, and enacted in sacred drama. Pilgrimage sites like Delphi, Eleusis, and Delos were not just places of worship. They were mythic geographies, physical landscapes layered with divine narrative. At Eleusis, the annual mysteries centered on the myth of Demeter and Persephone offered initiates a profound spiritual experience, promising hope for a blessed afterlife. The details of the rituals remained deliberately obscure, guarded by oaths of secrecy, but the myth itself, of descent into darkness, the search for a lost child, and the restoration of life, resonates with universal themes of grief, regeneration, and cosmic balance. It is not hard to see why the Eleusinian rites drew pilgrims from across the Greek world for over a millennium. These ritualized myths served to unify the community, offering not only religious meaning but emotional catharsis. They connected participants to a lineage of experience, both human and divine. Through collective reenactment, myth became embodied truth. To fast with Demeter was to taste her sorrow. To sing the hymns of Dionysus was to embrace ecstasy and madness as sacred states. In these moments, the boundary between myth and reality dissolved. The gods were not distant figures on Olympus. They were present, invoked, felt. Myth also functioned as a repository for collective trauma. The tales of the Trojan War, the House of Atreus, or the descent of Orpheus into the underworld did not merely entertain. They confronted loss, betrayal, and the limits of human power. These myths allowed a society deeply marked by war, plague, and civil conflict to process its wounds. In watching Agamemnon fall or Antigone defy the state, audiences could externalize and reflect upon the fractures within their own communities. Tragedy, in particular, turned myth into a therapeutic instrument, what Aristotle would later describe as catharsis, the purging of pity and fear. Through myth, suffering was given structure and meaning. Through myth, the unbearable could be born. Even in the private realm of dreams, myth exerted its influence. The gods often appeared in sleep, issuing warnings or guidance, much as they did in Homeric narrative. Psychologically, the myths offered archetypes, patterns of behavior and identity that individuals could project onto or internalize. The anxious youth saw himself in Telemachus, searching for his father and place in the world. The grieving mother saw her sorrow in Niobe, or in Demeter, wandering the earth. The proud man, sensing his downfall, found an image of himself in Pentheus or Oedipus. Carl Jung, centuries later, would draw upon Greek myth to formulate his theories of the collective unconscious, seeing in these stories universal symbols that express the deepest layers of the human psyche. Whether or not the Greeks conceived of psychology in modern terms, their myths reveal a sophisticated understanding of internal conflict and the symbolic nature of identity. Perhaps one of the most subtle yet enduring functions of myth was its role in sustaining imagination. By mythologizing the cosmos, the Greeks made the invisible visible. They gave form to forces that resist representation. Love became Eros, a mischievous god with wings and a bow. Justice became Dike, a stern woman holding a scale. Time became Chronos or Kairos, figures with distinct personalities and powers. The abstract was made intimate, the infinite rendered through image. This act of imagination was not escapism, it was engagement. To imagine the gods was to acknowledge that reality was deeper than what could be measured or seen. It was to honor mystery, not by solving it, but by giving it a voice. In this sense, myth functioned not as an end, but as an opening. It invited questioning, interpretation, retelling. It allowed contradictions, welcomed ambiguity. Myths rarely resolve, they unfold. They speak in metaphor, gesture, and paradox. This open-endedness is perhaps their most enduring power. In an age dominated by certainty and data, the myths of ancient Greece remind us that not all truths can be quantified, that some must be felt, lived, and reimagined in every telling. So when we ask what purpose Greek mythology served, we are really asking how a civilization understood itself, its world, its gods, its fellow beings, and its future. Myths taught the Greeks how to farm and fight, how to love and mourn, how to lead and obey, how to question and endure. They held the culture together across time and space, anchoring it to a past both sacred and shared. And in doing so, they gave meaning to a world in flux. The myths did not promise utopia. They did not offer easy answers. What they offered was something far more powerful, a way to see, to speak, and to be human in the face of the divine. Greek mythology is often remembered in fragments: a god with thunder in his hands, a hero slaying a beast, a tragic queen weeping in exile. These are the images that endure, etched into memory like figures on ancient vases. But to truly understand the mythological world of the Greeks, one must move beyond isolated stories and see the full tapestry, the intricate, interconnected cosmos populated by gods, heroes, monsters, and mortals, all bound together by a shared symbolic language. At the heart of this tapestry lies the Greek pantheon, a hierarchy and family of deities who govern the world, not from beyond it, but within it. And beyond the gods, countless myths branch outward, stories of punishment and reward, metamorphosis and revenge, sacrifice and salvation. These are the myths that formed the fabric of Greek life. offering both cosmic explanation and intimate connection. The Greek pantheon is both orderly and chaotic. It begins with primordial forces, chaos, Gaia, Uranus, Nyx, beings who are less persons than elemental realities. From this base emerge the Titans, and then through cosmic struggle, the Olympians. The 12 Olympians, Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Hestia, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Ares, Hephaestus, Aphrodite, Hermes, form the core of the divine hierarchy, each with their own domain, personality, cult, and narrative tradition. They live on Mount Olympus, a celestial seat that mirrors, in many ways, the social structure of a Greek aristocratic household. Zeus rules as king, but not without challenge. Hera presides as queen, though her influence comes through subtle manipulation and maternal authority. Every god occupies a place, and yet none is static. The myths show them not as fixed symbols, but as dynamic figures who grow, evolve, and conflict. This pantheon is not just a map of the heavens, it is a mirror of the human world. The gods of Olympus behave in ways familiar to anyone who has lived within family, community, or politics. They love and betray, they envy and compete, they protect and destroy. What distinguishes them from mortals is not morality, but scale. Their powers magnify their flaws. Their stories are human stories writ large, framed against the backdrop of eternity. And yet within the mythic framework, their behavior serves a function. The quarrels of the gods reflect tensions in the world below, between nature and civilization, chaos and order, male and female, mortal and divine. Zeus, as king of the gods, is central in this web of myths. His rise to power, overthrowing his father Kronos, who had swallowed his siblings, is one of the foundational stories of the Olympian order. But Zeus is not a distant figure of omnipotence. He is frequently involved in the affairs of mortals, whether through justice, wrath, or desire. His numerous liaisons with mortal women, Io, Leda, Danae, Europa, Semele, result in the birth of heroes and demigods, bridging the gap between divine and human. These offspring, such as Heracles and Perseus, often play pivotal roles in myths, undertaking labors and quests that reflect both divine heritage and mortal struggle. The gods may seem immortal and untouchable, but they are deeply embedded in the mortal world, sometimes shaping it, sometimes being shaped by it. Hera, Zeus's wife and sister, represents another essential thread. Though often portrayed in later sources as jealous and vengeful, particularly towards Zeus's lovers and their children, Hera is also a symbol of marriage, sovereignty, and the preservation of order. Her wrath is rarely arbitrary. It is bound to the violations of sacred bonds and the transgressions of divine law. Similarly, Poseidon, god of the sea, is both protector and destroyer. He grants safe passage or sinks fleets, rewards piety or drowns arrogance. The sea, in Greek thought, is a place of transformation and danger, reflecting Poseidon's shifting temperament. He is not merely the ocean personified, he is its will, its force, its mystery. Athena, born fully armed from the head of Zeus, is the goddess of wisdom, war strategy, and crafts. Unlike Ares, who delights in the chaos of battle, Athena represents the intelligence of warfare, the discipline of civilization. She is a guardian of cities and a patron of heroes. Odysseus, in particular, is under her protection. Her myths often highlight balance, restraint, and the pursuit of justice. Artemis, her divine twin, offers a contrasting image, wild, elusive, a goddess of the hunt, of animals, and of untamed nature. She protects the young and punishes those who violate her boundaries. Her autonomy is sacred, and her myths reflect a world where purity and power are intertwined. Apollo, the god of light, prophecy, music, and healing, is both the most divine and the most dangerous of the Olympians. He brings insight, clarity, and harmony, but also plague, punishment, and despair. The oracle at Delphi, speaking with his voice, was among the most important religious institutions in Greece, offering riddles that shaped decisions for centuries. Apollo's sister, Artemis, represents moonlight and wilderness, where he symbolizes sunlight and order. Together, they express the duality of existence, logic and intuition, law and instinct, day and night. Hermes, the messenger god, moves freely between worlds, Olympus, Earth, and the underworld. He is the god of boundaries and transitions, commerce and theft, eloquence and trickery. His role is not fixed. He adapts to circumstance, guiding souls to Hades, aiding travelers, and delivering divine messages. His myths are full of playfulness and ambiguity. He is both protector and deceiver, reflecting the fluidity of identity and the necessity of wit in a dangerous world. Aphrodite, born either from sea foam or the union of Zeus and Diona, depending on the source, embodies love, desire, and the power of attraction. Yet her myths also deal with jealousy, manipulation, and the destructive side of passion. Her affairs with Eras and mortals, like Anchises, show that love is not always benign. It is forceful, divine, uncontrollable. These gods, with their many relationships and rivalries, form the scaffolding upon which countless myths are built. Yet Greek mythology extends far beyond Olympus. The heroes and mortals who interact with these gods, who suffer their blessings and their wrath, are central to the mythic imagination. Figures like Heracles, Theseus, Perseus, and Jason are not just characters in isolated tales. They are cultural models, cautionary examples, and embodiments of human aspiration. Their quests are metaphors for personal and communal journeys. Heracles' 12 labors, for instance, are not just a punishment for past violence. They are trials of redemption, expressions of human strength, confronting cosmic disorder. Theseus's descent into the labyrinth is a journey into the unconscious, a confrontation with monstrosity and self-knowledge. Women, too, occupy a complex space in Greek mythology, not merely as victims or prizes, but as powerful agents of change. Medea, Helen, Clytemnestra, Antigone, Penelope. These women defy expectations, reshape destinies, and demand their voices be heard. Their stories often confront themes of loyalty, betrayal, power, and resistance. They are not passive, they are pivotal. The mythic world is one in which gender roles are both enforced and challenged, where the domestic and the divine intersect in profound and often troubling ways. The underworld, presided over by Hades and Persephone, adds yet another dimension to the mythic landscape. It is not simply a place of punishment, as in later Christian notions of hell, but a realm of transition and judgment. The journey to the underworld, undertaken by heroes like Orpheus, Odysseus, and Aeneas, represents a descent into truth, a symbolic death that yields transformation. The myths of Hades and Persephone explore not only the cycle of life and death, but also the balance of opposites, darkness and light, absence and return, captivity and consent. Monsters and mythic creatures, cyclopes, gorgons, centaurs, sirens, sphinxes, populate the edges of the mythic map. These beings represent the unknown, the uncivilized, the limits of comprehension. They test heroes, guard forbidden knowledge, and embody fears that cannot be rationalized. The slaying of monsters is never just about physical victory. It is an assertion of order over chaos, identity over dissolution. Yet the monsters themselves are often tragic, born of divine injustice or human folly. Medusa, transformed into a creature of horror, was once a maiden wronged in Athena's temple. The Minotaur, confined to the labyrinth, is a symbol of unnatural creation and the consequences of broken oaths. Each myth is a thread, but the beauty of Greek mythology lies in its interweaving, Stories echo each other, contradict, and expand. The fall of Troy links 1,000 narratives: the wrath of Achilles, the cunning of Odysseus, the sacrifice of Iphigenia, the vengeance of Orestes. Myth is not linear, it is cyclical, recursive, self-referential. It allows for multiple truths, competing interpretations. In this web, nothing is isolated. Every god, every hero, every fate is part of a grand dialogue about what it means to be human, to suffer, to strive, to wonder. And so, when we speak of the mythological landscape of Greece, we speak not only of a series of tales, but of a worldview, one that sees the world as story, shaped by forces beyond comprehension, yet intimately human in their design. These myths endure because they do not prescribe, they invite. They offer not commandments, but questions, not doctrine, but drama. They remain vibrant because they speak not just of gods and heroes, but of us. In the mythic imagination of ancient Greece, the universe was not governed by abstract principles or impersonal laws, but by living beings of immense power, gods who ruled from atop Mount Olympus, unseen yet ever present, their moods reflected in storms, victories, droughts, and dreams. At the center of this divine assembly stood Zeus, the father of gods and men, whose rise to power marked the transition from primordial chaos to celestial order. Yet Zeus did not reign alone. Around him stood a pantheon of deities, each charged with maintaining a fundamental aspect of the cosmos. Together, they formed a divine household, a sacred hierarchy, a mirror of mortal society, and an eternal source of mythic drama. To understand these principal gods, Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Hades, Demeter, and Hestia, is to grasp the foundations of the Greek mythological world, its structure, its values, and its enduring complexity. Zeus, known by many names, Olympios, Xenios, Orchios, Panhellenios, is the king of the gods, wielder of thunder, lord of the sky, and enforcer of cosmic justice. His dominion is vast, but it was not inherited, it was earned. In the earliest myths, Zeus is born in secret, on the island of Crete, hidden from his father Kronos, who devoured his children to prevent a prophecy that one would overthrow him. Rhea, their mother, tricks Kronos with a swaddled stone, and Zeus is spirited away to be raised by nymphs, goats, and bees. When he comes of age, he forces Kronos to disgorge his siblings, and leads them in a cataclysmic battle against the Titans, the Titanomachy. With the help of the Cyclopes and the Hecatoncheires, he wins and imprisons the Titans in Tartarus, establishing a new order of Olympian rule. This myth is more than a story of rebellion. It represents a cosmic rebalancing, the transition from older primal forces to a more structured world. Zeus does not rule as a tyrant, but as a sovereign, who must constantly mediate between competing forces, order and chaos, fate and free will, mercy and punishment. His symbols, the thunderbolt, the eagle, the oak tree, speak to both his majesty and his temper. As god of the sky, he controls weather and fate. As god of justice, he oversees oaths and hospitality. His epithet Xenios reflects his role as protector of guests and strangers, a cornerstone of Greek ethical life. To break hospitality was not merely a social crime, but a sacrilege. In every act of kindness to a traveler, the Greeks honored Zeus himself. Yet Zeus is not merely a distant sovereign. He is profoundly involved in the affairs of gods and mortals, particularly through his countless love affairs, which span both divine and human realms. These unions produce many of the great heroes of Greek mythology: Heracles, Perseus, Helen of Troy, Minos, and others. These liaisons are not always consensual, nor are they free of consequence. Often, they provoke Hera's wrath, unleash cycles of vengeance, or bring about the birth of beings who shift the course of history. Through these myths, Zeus is revealed not as a static figure of order, but as a dynamic and often contradictory force, creative, destructive, just, and fallible. He is the axis upon which the mythological world turns, and yet he is constantly negotiating his own limits. Hera, Zeus's sister and wife, is queen of the gods and goddess of marriage, family, and the sanctity of union. Her myths often portray her in the shadows of Zeus's betrayals, a figure of wounded dignity and relentless vengeance. But this image, while persistent, is only one facet of her identity. Hera is a powerful deity in her own right, with deep cultic roots and associations that predate the Olympian system. She is protector of women, guardian of childbirth, and a symbol of the lawful order of society. Her festivals, such as the Hera, celebrated the feminine ideal of strength and fidelity. She is often depicted with a peacock, an emblem of regal beauty and watchfulness, and her presence in myth is both formidable and complex. In many myths, Hera's anger is directed not at Zeus, whose transgressions are constant, but at the women and children involved. Io, Sema, Leto, and Heracles all suffer her wrath in various ways. These tales reflect not just marital discord, but the tragic consequences of divine jealousy and power imbalances. Yet Hera is not simply a scorned wife. She is also a strategist, a weaver of fate, and a force of cosmic justice in her own right. In the Iliad, she takes an active role in the Trojan War, manipulating events and guiding outcomes. Her cunning and political acumen place her as a counterpart to Zeus, not his subordinate, but his balance. Poseidon, Zeus's brother, rules the sea, earthquakes, and horses. His character is as tempestuous as the element he governs. The sea, in Greek thought, is both a highway and a threat, a source of life and a harbinger of destruction. Poseidon embodies this duality. He is capable of great generosity, raising cities, calming storms, and offering safe passage. But he is also wrathful, as Odysseus learns when he blinds Poseidon's son, the Cyclops Polyphemus, and earns the gods' enduring enmity. Poseidon's trident is his emblem, a weapon that stirs the earth and summons tsunamis. His mythology includes contests for power, such as the famous rivalry with Athena for the patronage of Athens. While Poseidon offers a salt spring, Athena offers the olive tree, symbol of peace and civilization. The Athenians choose Athena, reflecting a cultural preference for wisdom over brute force. Yet Poseidon's influence remains immense, especially among coastal cities and seafarers. Hades, the third brother, presides over the underworld, not as a devilish figure, but as a necessary guardian of the dead. His realm is not hell, but a place of shadow and memory, governed by strict laws and customs. Hades is stern, impartial, and remote. He rarely intervenes in mortal affairs, and is seldom depicted among the Olympians. Yet his role is essential. The dead belong to him, and he ensures that the boundaries between life and death are maintained. His most famous myth involves his abduction of Persephone, daughter of Demeter, which results in the creation of the seasons. Though often framed as a violation, some versions of the myth depict Persephone as a willing queen, a sovereign of the underworld, who holds power in her own right. Hades, unlike his more tempestuous brothers, is stable and absolute, a symbol of inevitability. Demeter, goddess of the harvest and fertility, is among the most beloved deities, especially to rural populations. Her myth with Persephone is central to Greek religion and mythology. When Persephone is taken to the underworld, Demeter mourns so deeply that the earth becomes barren. Only when Persephone is allowed to return part of the year does fertility resume. This story is more than a seasonal allegory. It speaks to the bond between mother and daughter, the pain of separation, the cycle of life and death, and the hope of renewal. The Eleusinian Mysteries, one of the most sacred rites in the Greek world, were based on this myth and promised initiates a deeper understanding of existence and a better fate after death. Demeter's power is not aggressive, but it is absolute. Without her, life cannot continue. Hestia, Often overlooked in myth, but central in practice, is the goddess of the hearth, home, and domestic harmony. She is the embodiment of stability and peace. Every household fire, every civic hearth, was a symbol of her presence. She neither marries, nor takes part in dramatic tales, but her role is foundational. In many traditions, she gave up her seat among the Olympians for Dionysus, choosing tranquility over power. Yet she remains ever present, her flame the center of both private life and public ritual. In a world of capricious gods and chaotic events, Hestia is constancy itself. Together these six deities, Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Hades, Demeter, and Hestia, form the backbone of the mythological cosmos. They are siblings, rivals, allies, and antagonists. Their interactions define the boundaries of life: sky, sea, underworld, harvest, home, marriage. Their myths are not isolated parables, but interwoven dramas that reveal the ancient Greek understanding of nature, society, and the divine. Each god, in turn, reveals a piece of that understanding: power as balance, justice as negotiation, fertility as loss and return, death as transition, the household as sanctuary. In worship, these gods received distinct honors. Temples were built to Zeus across Greece, the most famous at Olympia. Hera had major sanctuaries in Argos and Samos. Poseidon was revered in Isthmia and coastal cities. Hades, though rarely given temples, was invoked in funerary rites and oracles. Demeter's sacred site at Ilissus was a pan-Hellenic center of pilgrimage. Hestia's presence was felt in every home and city hall, her fire never allowed to die out. The gods were not abstract ideas, they were lived presences, addressed in prayer, invoked in oath, honored with sacrifice. Their myths were not merely read, they were believed, enacted, and felt. These gods, with their power and imperfection, offered the Greeks a world not of simple moral binaries, but of dynamic forces. They taught that divinity was close, that the sacred could erupt into the everyday, and that the gods, for all their might, were not so different from the humans who worshiped them. In understanding them, we begin to understand a civilization that saw the divine not as distant and perfect, but as present, powerful, and perpetually entangled with the fate of mortals. In the mythology of ancient Greece, the Olympian pantheon did not remain fixed in the original generation of gods, who overthrew the Titans and established divine order. As with all living traditions, the mythic world expanded and deepened over time, reflecting the evolving concerns, fears, and ideals of the society that shaped it. From the first Olympians, Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Hades, and Hestia, emerged a second generation of deities, born of divine unions, and often charged with more nuanced human-like domains. These gods and goddesses are not merely extensions of their predecessors. They represent new aspects of existence, bridging the sacred and the secular, the universal and the personal. Among them are Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Hermes, Ares, Dionysus, and Aphrodite, figures who dominate not only myth, but also the artistic, intellectual, and spiritual life of the Greek world. Athena, daughter of Zeus alone, is one of the most paradoxical and revered figures in the entire pantheon. Born not from a womb, but from Zeus's forehead, fully armed and shouting a war cry, her birth itself is symbolic. It reflects a divine merging of thought and power, of wisdom and force. Athena is the goddess of strategic warfare, but also of wisdom, craft, and civilization. She presides over the arts of peace, weaving, architecture, mathematics, as well as the disciplines of battle. Unlike Ares, her half-brother and the personification of brute war, Athena represents the application of intelligence to conflict, the mastery of control over chaos. Her presence in myth is consistently tied to heroes and justice. She guides Odysseus, restrains Achilles, aids Perseus, and intervenes in the Oresteia to transform vengeance into lawful trial. Athena's virginity, often emphasized in her epithets. Parthenos, Promachos, Ergain, speaks not of chastity, in the modern sense, but of autonomy. She is untouched by passion, by desire, by subjugation. She exists outside the marriage economy that defines so many female figures in Greek myth. Her temples, most notably the Parthenon in Athens, reflect not only religious devotion, but civic pride. Athena is the embodiment of the polis, ordered, rational, and self-sufficient. In the contest with Poseidon over Athens, her gift of the olive tree, a symbol of peace, prosperity, and agriculture, was chosen over Poseidon's saltwater spring. In this choice, the Athenians aligned themselves with Athena's values: reason over rage, growth over destruction, culture over force. Apollo, son of Zeus and Leto, twin brother of Artemis, embodies light in all its meanings. He is the god of the sun, music, prophecy, healing, and rational order. His bow, like his lyre, is both weapon and instrument. His presence is radiant and terrible. He brings clarity and beauty, but also plague and punishment. Few gods possess the duality of Apollo. His grace and cruelty are equal. In myth, he is often a figure of pursuit, chasing Daphne, who becomes a laurel tree to escape him, pursuing Cassandra, who spurns his love and is cursed never to be believed. He establishes oracles, most famously at Delphi, where the Pythia delivers cryptic prophecies that shape kings and empires. Apollo's knowledge is both gift and burden. His foresight often reveals what cannot be changed. He is also the god of order and harmony, of balance between extremes. In Greek philosophy, particularly in later thought, Apollo becomes a symbol of the rational principle, of clarity, boundary, and control. He opposes Dionysus in this symbolic framework, as reason opposes ecstasy, restraint opposes abandon. Yet in the earliest myths, this opposition is not antagonistic, but complementary. The Greeks saw in Apollo not only light, but the shadow it casts. His mythic narratives are often about the limits of knowledge, the cost of truth, the tension between divine vision and human action. Artemis, Apollo's twin and daughter of Leto, is goddess of the hunt, the moon, wild animals, and chastity. She roams forests and mountains, accompanied by nymphs, untamed and sovereign. Like Athena, Artemis is a virgin goddess, but unlike Athena, she is deeply connected to nature and instinct. She is protector of the young, patroness of childbirth, and avenger of transgressions. In myth, she is both nurturer and executioner. She demands respect for the natural world and punishes those who violate it. Actaeon, who accidentally sees her bathing, is transformed into a stag and torn apart by his own dogs. Niobe, who boasts of her children in comparison to Leto's two, sees her children slaughtered by Artemis and Apollo. These stories may seem cruel, but they underscore the sacredness of limits, the danger of pride, the necessity of humility. Artemis stands at the threshold of civilization and wilderness. She is not domesticated, nor does she seek control. Her purity is her freedom. She is the guardian of liminal spaces, between girlhood and womanhood, between life and death, between animal and human. In some local cults, she is associated with rites of passage for girls, marking their transition into adulthood. Her worship often involved dances, festivals, and offerings in groves and wild sanctuaries, far from the temples and theaters of Apollo. In Artemis, the Greeks recognized the power of what resists capture, the divine that cannot be tamed. Hermes, the son of Zeus and Maia, is the messenger of the gods, god of travelers, commerce, thieves, and language. From his first moments, he is a figure of wit and movement. As an infant, he steals Apollo's cattle, invents the lyre from a tortoiseshell, and charms his way out of punishment. Hermes is a trickster, but also a guide. He carries messages across worlds, leading souls to the underworld, delivering dreams, facilitating exchange. He wears winged sandals, a winged helmet, and bears the caduceus, two serpents entwined on a staff, a symbol of negotiation and duality. Hermes embodies transition between worlds, between states of being, between meanings. He is the god of crossroads and doorways, of thresholds and translation. In his domain, rules bend, language slips, and identities shift. He represents intelligence that is fluid, adaptable, mercurial. In myth and cult, he is often invoked for protection during travel, for eloquence in speech, for luck in trade. He is also a companion to heroes, guiding Perseus, aiding Odysseus, assisting Heracles. His presence suggests that success in mythic endeavors depends not just on strength or favor, but on cleverness and timing. Hermes, the god of war, is often misunderstood. Unlike Athena, who represents strategic and just conflict, Ares embodies the raw, chaotic and violent aspect of battle. He is bloodlust and frenzy, the scream of war and the clash of swords. In myth, he is often humiliated, wounded by Diomedes, trapped in a net by Hephaestus, while in bed with Aphrodite, scorned by other gods. Yet Ares is essential. He represents the truth that war is not always noble, that violence exists in human nature. He is worshipped by warriors, especially in Sparta, and his cults often involve sacrifice and martial ritual. He is not a god of glory, but of reality. In Ares, the Greeks confronted the costs of their own ambitions, the brutality beneath the heroism. Dionysus, the last to join the Olympian 12, is perhaps the most enigmatic. Born of Zeus in the mortal Semele, rescued from her womb and sewn into Zeus's thigh, Dionysus is the god of wine, ecstasy, theater, and divine madness. His rites are orgiastic. His followers, Maeonids and Satyrs, abandon social norms in sacred frenzy. Yet Dionysus is not mere chaos. He is the god of transformation. His wine dissolves the boundaries of self. His mask in theater allows the actor to become another. He is death and rebirth, intoxication and insight, danger and liberation. His myths often involve journeys, across lands, across states of consciousness. He is rejected, mocked, denied, and he punishes those who refuse his divinity. Pentheus, king of Thebes, denies Dionysus's power and is torn apart by his own mother in a Bacchic trance. Yet those who accept him are blessed with joy, abundance, and vision. Dionysus challenges the rigidity of order, reminding the Greeks that reason alone cannot govern the soul. His festivals, including the Dionysia in Athens, gave birth to tragedy and comedy, offering society a sacred space to confront its contradictions. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, beauty, and desire, completes this divine circle. Her origins are dual, born from the sea foam where Cronus's severed genitals fell, or as daughter of Zeus and Diana. Her presence is irresistible. She is not love as emotion, but love as force, creative, chaotic, binding. She causes gods to fall in love with mortals, instigates wars, unravels plans. Her affair with Ares, her gift of Helen to Paris, her protection of Aeneas. These myths show that love is never simple. It can destroy as much as it creates. Aphrodite's power is not limited to seduction. She is also a cosmic principle, the binding force of the universe, the attraction that draws elements together. Her worship involved sacred prostitution, fertility rites, and complex rituals. She is accompanied by Eros, Himeros, and Pytho, desire, longing, and persuasion. Love in her realm is not domestic. It is divine, overwhelming, often tragic. Yet without her, there is no connection, no harmony, no life. These second-generation Olympians deepen the mythic structure of Greece. They bring the divine closer to human experience. Art, speech, sex, dance, violence, boundaries, transgression. They are reflections of human complexity, ideals, and fears. They are worshipped not just in temples but in daily life, in marriage, in theater, in war, in commerce. Their myths are stories, yes, but also meditations on what it means to be rational and wild, ordered and chaotic, mortal and divine. In their drama, we see ourselves, always becoming, always searching, always bound to something greater and more mysterious than we can explain. These gods do not command belief, they invite understanding, and through them, the mythic world becomes not a thing of the past, but a lens for seeing the eternal and the present. In the world of Greek mythology, the divine is never serene. The gods, far from being distant arbiters of fate, exist within a web of complicated and often volatile relationships. They love, betray, conspire, and punish one another in ways that mirror and magnify the experiences of mortals. These divine interactions are not mere embellishments to the myths, they are central to the narrative structure, emotional resonance, and philosophical underpinnings of the entire mythological tradition. The rivalries among the gods, the alliances they forge, and the betrayals they commit do more than animate the stories. They reveal the nature of power, the consequences of desire, and the fragile balance between chaos and order in the ancient Greek worldview. At the center of nearly every myth involving divine conflict is Zeus, the king of the gods. His relationships are at once the engine and the axis of the mythological world. His power is unquestioned in title, but his supremacy is constantly challenged in practice, by fate, by prophecy, by his own desires, and by the other gods. His wife Hera is both queen and rival. Their union is marked by cycles of conflict and uneasy reconciliation. Hera's jealousy, often portrayed as vindictive or petulant in later interpretations, carries deeper significance. It is the emotional response of a goddess who cannot hold Zeus accountable through force, and so exerts influence through cunning and consequence. Their arguments are not private but cosmic. When Zeus defies her, she retaliates by causing suffering among mortals, often targeting the children of his affairs. This is not mere pettiness. In the mythic consciousness, Hera represents law, stability, and legitimate order. When Zeus undermines her, he is not just betraying a spouse, but threatening the very principles that hold the world together. Yet, Hera does not rebel openly. She conspires, waits, and wounds subtly. In one myth, she joins with Poseidon and Athena to overthrow Zeus, drugging him and binding him with chains. The coup fails only because the hundred-handed Briareus comes to Zeus's aid. Even here, though, we see the limits of divine rebellion. The gods may be mighty, but none, not even Hera, can rule alone. Poseidon, Zeus's brother and lord of the sea, harbors his own ambitions. Though he acknowledges Zeus's rule, he frequently opposes him in specific matters. During the Trojan War, Poseidon openly aids the Greeks, despite Zeus's orders for neutrality. In other myths, he vies for control of cities, contests he often loses. His rivalry with Athena over Athens is the most famous, but not unique. Poseidon challenges Zeus indirectly, through territorial assertion and cosmic unrest. His dominion, the ocean, is unpredictable, deep, and ancient. It resists control, just as Poseidon himself resists submission. His tensions with Zeus reflect the struggle between storm and sky, between raw force and structured hierarchy. Athena's relationship with Zeus is less contentious, but no less complex. As his favorite daughter, born from his mind rather than through a maternal lineage, she enjoys a privileged position. Zeus trusts her with his aegis, his counsel, and his secrets. Yet Athena's loyalty does not render her passive. She is the embodiment of calculated power. Her conflicts, when they arise, tend to occur with other gods, particularly Ares, whom she opposes in both ideology and action. While Ares represents the passion and bloodshed of war, Athena stands for discipline, intelligence, and purpose. They clash not just in stories, but in philosophy, two faces of the same reality. Their rivalry speaks to the dual nature of human aggression, brutality versus strategy. impulse versus reason. Ares himself is a paradox within the pantheon. He is a son of Zeus and Hera, but neither parent seems to favor him. Zeus openly disdains him, calling him the most hated of the gods. Hera, though his mother, does little to defend him. Ares is often humiliated in myth, wounded by mortals, mocked by other gods. His affair with Aphrodite, the goddess of love, introduces a layered dynamic, passion meeting passion, ungoverned emotion, igniting in both desire and destruction. Their union produces children who are embodiments of chaos, Phobos fear, Deimos terror, Harmonia harmony, in ironic contrast. This pairing illustrates a truth that lies at the heart of myth, that love and war are not opposites, but twins, both overwhelm, both consume, both transform. Aphrodite's relationships are perhaps the most destabilizing in the mythological narrative. Her beauty and erotic power disrupt hierarchies, incite conflict, and provoke longing among gods and mortals alike. Though married to Hephaestus, the god of the forge, her heart and body belong elsewhere, to Ares, to mortals, to the whims of passion. The marriage itself is symbolic. Hephaestus, deformed and rejected, represents craftsmanship, permanence, and endurance. Aphrodite, fluid and mutable, represents fleeting pleasure and divine seduction. Their union is a mismatch of essence, a commentary, perhaps on the limits of union without mutual desire. Ares, by contrast, often avoids direct rivalry. As a messenger, mediator, and trickster, he moves between factions, rarely taking firm sides. His relationships with other gods are marked by flexibility and adaptability. He aids Zeus, deceives Apollo, guides souls for Hades, and advises heroes like Odysseus and Perseus. Hermes embodies neutrality, not because he lacks opinion, but because his domain, language, commerce, transition, requires agility. In myth, he is often the god who resolves divine conflicts, not by force, but by cleverness. His diplomacy is not peacekeeping in the modern sense, but a recognition that power must bend as well as hold. Through Hermes, the myth suggests that conflict is not always ended by dominance. Sometimes, it is undone by wit. Dionysus, the last to ascend Olympus, exists as an outsider within the divine family. His arrival is not smooth. He is born of a mortal woman, Semele, whose destruction by Zeus's divine presence makes Dionysus both victim and survivor. Raised in obscurity, traveling far from Olympus, he gathers a cult of ecstatics and returns to assert his place. His acceptance among the gods is not automatic, it must be claimed. He is resisted, mocked, even persecuted, particularly by Hera. Yet his power is undeniable. His worship, rooted in the irrational and the ecstatic, challenges the Apollonian order of Olympus. Dionysus's relationships are marked by inversion. He transforms foes into followers, grief into joy, silence into song. In him, the divine hierarchy is both fulfilled and destabilized. He does not rival the other gods directly. He erodes their authority from within. The twin relationship between Apollo and Artemis, though rarely depicted in overt conflict, reveals another kind of divine dynamic. They are equals, born of the same mother, embodying complementary spheres, sun and moon, reason and instinct, music and wildness. They act in unison to avenge their mother against Niobe, and they often appear together in mythic episodes. Yet their domains do not overlap. They respect each other's boundaries. Their harmony is a model for divine coexistence, not without strength, but without discord. Through them, the myths show that balance is possible, even among the powerful. Hades, though often isolated in myth, is not removed from divine conflict. His abduction with Zeus's tacit approval, places him in opposition to Demeter. Their conflict, though
though resolved through compromise, reveals the emotional cost of divine action. Demeter, in her grief and rage, causes famine, threatening the very survival of humanity. Hades, in turn, becomes more than a keeper of the dead. He becomes a participant in the cosmic rhythm of loss and return. The resulting balance, Persephone's time divided between Earth and Underworld, creates the seasons. The myth, and the tension within it, affirms that discord among the gods has consequences in the mortal world. These divine relationships extend beyond individual tales. They form a vast matrix of emotional, ethical, and symbolic meaning. The conflicts among the gods are not random. They map the contours of the human condition: jealousy, pride, loyalty, ambition, vengeance, desire, forgiveness. They do not present clear heroes or villains. Instead, they offer archetypes, patterns of interaction that repeat in countless forms. In every betrayal, there is a wound. In every alliance, a cost. The gods are not above emotion, they are consumed by it. And in that consumption, they resemble us. Yet there is a difference. The gods do not die. Their conflicts do not end in death, but in transformation, imprisonment, banishment, compromise. This immortality makes their drama cyclical, ongoing. The same tensions arise in new forms. The same questions return. What is justice when the gods themselves defy law? What is loyalty when the family itself is a battlefield? What is love when it destroys, as often as it heals? The myths do not resolve these questions, they embody them.
The Greek pantheon is, ultimately, a portrait of interdependence. No god exists alone. Each derives meaning from their relationships, their oppositions, their harmonies. The drama of Olympus is the drama of the world. When Athena restrains Ares, when Hera challenges Zeus, when Dionysus breaks into the order of the gods, we are witnessing more than divine spectacle. We are witnessing the symbolic exploration of power and vulnerability, structure and chaos, tradition and revolution. These myths, in all their strife, offer a vision of divine plurality. There is no singular force governing the cosmos, no absolute moral order. Instead, there is a pantheon, diverse, conflicting, and alive. In that diversity lies a profound truth, that the world is not one thing, but many. That life is not harmony, but tension. And that through the stories of the gods, the Greeks came to understand themselves, not as perfect beings striving for divine favor, but as complex creatures living in the shadow of divine contradiction. High above the mortal world, somewhere between heaven and earth, hidden beyond the clouds, and yet ever present in the consciousness of ancient Greece, rises Mount Olympus, the mythical seat of the gods. It is not merely a mountain in Thessaly, though that physical peak was revered as sacred ground. Olympus, in the mythological imagination, is a realm beyond geography. It is the summit of divinity, the epicenter of cosmic order, and the eternal court from which the gods survey, intervene in, and sometimes ignore the struggles of the human realm. To dwell on Olympus is not just to be divine, it is to be part of an eternal drama, a divine household that mirrors the tensions, hierarchies, and dynamics of mortal society, amplified and eternalized. The life of the gods on Mount Olympus is not presented in Greek mythology as a vague or purely symbolic abstraction. The myths give us glimpses, often vivid, sometimes humorous, occasionally unsettling, into the daily existence of the Olympians. This divine world has structure, rhythm, ritual, and custom. The gods gather in assembly, feast together, argue, plot, laugh, and pass judgment. They are not distant deities locked in metaphysical stillness. They live, act, and react. Their divine court is an echo of a royal palace, governed by laws both explicit and unspoken, rooted in hierarchy, custom, and shared mythic memory. At the head of this divine society sits Zeus, enthroned in power, his thunderbolt always close. He presides over the assemblies, his will often final, though not absolute. The other gods may challenge him, as they often do in whispers and intrigues, but they recognize his centrality. Zeus maintains the fragile balance between divine autonomy and collective order. When the gods gather in council, as depicted in Homeric epics and later myths, it is Zeus who calls the meeting, who silences dissent with a glance, or kindles it with silence. His role is not to dictate every action, but to steer the whole toward a semblance of balance, even as his own passions and desires sometimes destabilize it. The feasts of the gods on Olympus are not mere indulgences. They are expressions of harmony, occasions where the divine community reaffirms its order. Ambrosia and nectar are served, substances not just of delight, but of immortality. These substances do not feed the body in the human sense. They sustain the gods' divine nature, reaffirming their separation from the mortal condition. Yet these meals are not always peaceful. Myths speak of discord arriving in the form of Eris, the goddess of strife, who is famously unwelcome at such gatherings. It is at a divine banquet that she throws the golden apple marked to the fairest, sparking the rivalry among Hera, Athena, and Aphrodite that would culminate in the Trojan War. Even in divine festivity, tension brews, echoing the Greek understanding that even the most sacred order is vulnerable to disruption. The architecture of Olympus, as imagined in the poetic tradition, is majestic but not beyond comprehension. The gods dwell in palaces with shining walls, golden furnishings, and floors of cloud and light. The doors are forged by Hephaestus, divine artisan of the forge, whose hands shape the very structure of Olympus itself. Each god has a space, a seat, a realm within the mount. There is not just grandeur, but functionality. These divine spaces reflect the personalities of their occupants. Athena's chambers filled with arms and scrolls, Apollo's resonating with music, Artemis's open to the wilderness, and Hermes's lined with tools of travel and trade. The gods are not formless beings. They have homes, routines, and a sense of place. Olympus is also a place of hierarchy. Though all Olympians are divine, not all are equal. Zeus commands respect as king, Hera as queen, and the original 6 Olympians, Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Demeter, Hestia, and Hades, hold an unshakable primacy. The second generation, Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Hermes, Eris, Aphrodite, and Dionysus, each bring a different energy, often challenging the elder gods or upsetting their expectations. This tension between old and new, order and innovation, is ever present. Dionysus, in particular, is the outsider god, whose presence on Olympus is both celebrated and unsettling. His inclusion signals not just a broadening of the pantheon, but a reminder that the divine realm is not immune to change. The gods' daily lives are not aimless. They intervene constantly in the mortal world, not only when summoned by prayer or sacrifice, but according to their own desires and intrigues. In the Iliad, Olympus becomes a war room where the gods debate, choose sides, and plot their interventions in the Trojan War. Hera and Athena favor the Greeks, while Aphrodite and Apollo side with the Trojans. These divine decisions are not always noble. They reflect grudges, loyalties, and sometimes sheer whim. The mortals on the battlefield are often pawns in divine games, though occasionally they earn the gods' admiration or provoke their wrath. Such divine favoritism is not consistent or fair. It reflects the Greek understanding that the gods are not moral arbiters in a monotheistic sense. They are personalities, powers, principles of existence, with their own motives and moods. To be loved by a god is to be blessed, but also endangered. Heracles, born of Zeus's affair with Alcmene, is gifted with strength but tormented by Hera. Odysseus earns Athena's favor, but faces the vengeance of Poseidon. Even the most pious of mortals may suffer, not from sin, but from proximity to the divine. The gods are near, but they are not safe. Yet Olympus is not only a source of interference, it is also a realm of retreat. When the gods withdraw from mortal affairs, they return to Olympus, not to rest, but to reflect and reorient. The mountain is not just their home, it is the origin of their perspective. From its heights they observe the earth in its fullness, not in linear time, but in mythic resonance. They see not just what is, but what has been and what might be. Time on Olympus does not pass as it does for mortals. The gods are not bound to chronology. Their actions ripple outward, across generations, across narratives. Their memories are long, and their grudges longer. Within this timelessness, rituals are observed. The gods honor oaths, participate in festivals, and uphold sacred customs, especially those that echo in human society. The Xenia, or Code of Hospitality, is enforced on Olympus as well as on Earth. Even divine visitors are to be treated with respect. There is an etiquette among immortals, a form of decorum that, when violated, brings retribution. Tantalus, a mortal who dines with the gods and serves them his son in a test of omniscience, is cast into eternal torment. Ixion, who attempts to seduce Hera on Olympus, is bound to a fiery wheel. These transgressions, committed in the sacred space of Olympus, reveal the boundary between the divine and the mortal. To cross that threshold without reverence is to invite annihilation. Olympus also serves as the site of divine reconciliation. In myths where gods feud or mortals offend, peace is often negotiated in the celestial court. Hera and Zeus, despite their endless conflicts, return to one another on Olympus. Athena, after defying her father or opposing his will, often finds her place at his side once more. Even Dionysus, whose rights challenge the Olympian order, is welcomed into the fold, not because he conforms, but because the divine realm must contain contradiction to remain whole. Olympus absorbs tension. It is not a place of perfect peace, but of dynamic balance. The relationship between Olympus and the mortal world is reciprocal. While the gods govern from above, they are also shaped by mortal devotion. Their power depends in part on memory, on ritual, on acknowledgement. Festivals held in their honor, sacrifices offered, temples raised, all feed the presence of Olympus in the human imagination. The mountain is not only in Thessaly, it is in every shrine, every sacred fire, every whispered prayer. The Greeks did not climb Olympus to find their gods. They invoked it in the spaces of life, in the marketplace, the theater, the household, the battlefield. Olympus, then, is not a static heaven. It is a living symbol of divine complexity. It houses not perfection, but intensity. The gods quarrel because power is never simple. They feast because joy is sacred. They intervene because the world below is theirs not in ownership, but in origin. Olympus is both a model of celestial hierarchy and a mirror of human experience. In its halls the divine becomes knowable, not because it is tamed, but because it reflects the full range of what it means to exist. Even today, the image of Mount Olympus persists, not merely as a mythic location, but as a metaphor for transcendence, aspiration, and divine presence. It stands for the place beyond the ordinary, where power and story converge. In literature, art, and psychology, Olympus remains a symbol of the inner world, the summit where ideals contend, where contradictions meet, where meaning is forged. To understand the gods on Olympus is to understand that the sacred is not separate from the world, but infused with its every tension and beauty. The immortals are not abstractions. They are presences, powerful, flawed, unforgettable. They live in the myths not as distant rulers, but as participants in the same dramas we live, only magnified. And at the heart of it all stands Olympus, not as a fortress in the clouds, but as the enduring center of a world where the divine is always near, watching, listening, feeling, choosing. In the vast landscape of Greek mythology, where gods shape the weather and wars unfold under divine eyes, the boundary between mortal and immortal is both firm. The gods are not distant, silent creators removed from their creation. They are active, emotional, and deeply invested in the lives of human beings. They are invoked in every oath, feared in every storm, celebrated in every harvest. And though they dwell on Olympus, beyond the reach of mortal hands, they descend frequently, sometimes in glory, sometimes in disguise, often in desire or anger. The relationship between gods and mortals in Greek mythology is not one of servitude and omnipotence, but of entanglement. Mortals are not merely subjects, they are players, pawns, and occasionally partners in the drama of the divine. To be noticed by a god is in the world of Greek myth both an honor and a danger. The gods do not act without consequence. Their favor may raise a mortal to greatness, and their wrath may reduce kings to dust. Heroes such as Heracles, Perseus, Odysseus, and Achilles live not only by their own strength or wit, but by the interventions, benevolent or otherwise, of the god. These relationships are rarely symmetrical. A god may love a mortal, but such love is not romantic in the human sense. It is possessive, transformative, and often tragic. When Zeus falls in love with mortal women, Io, Leda, Semele, Europa, the result is rarely peace. These women are changed into cows, burned by divine fire, abducted, or pursued by Hera's vengeance. Their children, often demigods, are fated for glory and suffering in equal measure. The gods are not bound by human morality. They do not protect the innocent simply because they are innocent, nor do they always punish the wicked. Their choices are driven by emotion, allegiance, revenge, or prophecy. Yet within this unpredictability, there are patterns, rituals of respect, expectations of reverence, codes of conduct that mortals ignore at their peril. Hubris, the overstepping of mortal limits, is among the gravest offenses in the mythic order. When mortals claim godlike powers, question the god's authority, or seek immortality, they bring destruction upon themselves. Niobe, who boasts of her children's superiority to Letos, loses them all. Pentheus, who mocks Dionysus and forbids his worship, is torn apart by his own mother in divine ecstasy. Icarus, flying too close to the sun, is a symbol not only of youthful defiance, but of the cosmic danger of aspiring beyond one's station. Yet divine punishment is not always swift. Sometimes, it is subtle, delayed, or inherited. The house of Atreus, cursed for the crimes of its ancestors, suffers through generations. Agamemnon's arrogance, Clytemnestra's revenge, Orestes' matricide. In these stories, the gods are not only characters, but forces of cosmic retribution. They uphold a moral logic that is deeper than legal justice, one rooted in balance, in remembrance, in the sacred law of blood and oath. At the same time, the gods are also sources of profound aid. Athena, more than any other Olympian, intervenes consistently on behalf of mortals. She guides Odysseus through storms and temptation, helps Perseus behead Medusa, and protects cities that honor her. Her aid is never free, but it is loyal. She represents the ideal of the protective deity, wise, constant, yet demanding of respect. Apollo, too, grants gifts, prophecy, music, healing, but may just as quickly take them away. His love, like his light, reveals but also burns. Artemis offers safety to girls and women, especially those who serve her, but punishes violation of her wild sanctity. Hera aids in childbirth and protects marriage, yet never forgets a slight. The relationships are not only individual but collective. Entire cities may gain or lose divine favor. Troy falls not only because of Paris's actions, but because the gods divide in allegiance. Athens thrives under Athena's protection. Sparta channels the spirit of Ares in its martial culture. Delphi becomes the center of Greece, not by geography, but by the presence of Apollo's oracle. These divine alignments shape not only myth, but history. The Greek world lived its politics and its wars through a theological lens. When cities suffered famine, plague, or defeat,
They sought not only human causes but divine explanations. Sacrifices were offered, temples rebuilt, oracles consulted. The gods were not abstractions, they were part of the decision-making process. Ritual played a central role in maintaining this relationship. The Greeks believed in reciprocity between mortal and divine. If a city or individual honored the gods properly, with libations, festivals, hymns and offerings, they could expect protection or success. This is not faith in the modern sense. It is a contract. Break it, and the results are swift and terrifying. Myths often begin not with a god's malice, but with a mortal's forgetfulness. A sacrifice omitted, a vow broken, an offering delayed. These small faults open the door to catastrophe. Yet even in punishment, the gods are teaching. Their wrath is not sadism, it is pedagogy. They remind mortals of the fragility of human power and the necessity of reverence. Prophecy is another form of divine communication, and it reveals the ambiguous nature of fate in the Greek mythos. The gods know what will happen, or at least see its outlines, but they often speak in riddles. Oracles, especially Apollo's at Delphi, do not offer certainty. They offer insight, veiled in ambiguity. Oedipus is told he will kill his father and marry his mother. In trying to avoid this fate, he fulfills it. In this tension between fate and free will, the gods are not always cruel. They are witnesses to a cosmic order that even they cannot fully override. Zeus may postpone fate, divert it, or disguise it, but he cannot erase it. The Moirai, the fates, exist above even the king of gods. This hierarchy reminds mortals that the gods, though powerful, are also bound. They are not omniscient. They are participants in a system larger than themselves. Divine-mortal relationships are also marked by longing. Mortals sometimes fall in love with gods, seek union, or beg for immortality. Yet such unions are rare and fraught. The mortal psyche cannot bear the divine fully. Semele, when tricked into asking Zeus to appear in his full glory, is incinerated. Psyche in later myth suffers terribly before being reunited with Eros. The idea of loving a god is both beautiful and tragic. It suggests the desire for transcendence, for union with the eternal, but also the cost of approaching something so far beyond human scale. The gods are not cruel because they are evil, they are dangerous because they are vast. Still there are exceptions. In rare moments, mortals become divine. Heracles, after his labors and suffering, is granted apotheosis. He joins Olympus, marries Hebe, and lives among the immortals. This is not a reward alone, it is a transformation, a shedding of mortality through trial. In other myths, mortals achieve a kind of divine memory. Heroes are worshipped in cults, their graves revered, their stories retold endlessly. Achilles may die, but his name lives on, enshrined in poetry, echoed in battle cries. In this way, the boundary between mortal and immortal is not only a wall, but a passage. Through greatness, suffering, and remembrance, humans touch the divine. Yet most mortals remain within their fragile limits. They seek guidance, solace, and meaning in the myths and rituals that surround them. They live in a world where the gods are everywhere, in the rustling of leaves, the crash of waves, the sudden change of fortune. To see a sign is to feel a god's presence. To suffer a loss is to ask which deity was offended. To find love, win a race, or birth a child, is to thank the divine. In this constant interaction, the gods become part of consciousness, part of breath. They are not believed in, they are experienced. And this is what gives Greek mythology its power. It does not separate gods from mortals into clean categories. It lets them mix, collide, transform. The divine is not perfect. The mortal is not powerless. The relationship is not one of worship alone, but of shared narrative. The gods need mortals to be remembered, honored, invoked. Mortals need gods, not only to explain the unexplainable, but to mirror their own complexity. In the faces of the gods, the Greeks saw versions of themselves, wiser, crueler, larger, eternal. Today, long after the altars have grown cold, the gods of Olympus live on, not as objects of sacrifice, but as presences in story, psychology, art and language. We still speak of Midas's touch, of Herculean tasks, of Pandora's box. We still feel Athena's clarity, Ares' rage, Aphrodite's pull. We still navigate a world where fate and choice collide, where love uplifts and undoes us, where the divine hides in the margins of the everyday. The relationship between gods and mortals was never meant to be simple. It was meant to be true. True to the joy, fear, ambition, and wonder of what it means to live in a world where we are small, but never alone. Where the sky may open, the sea may rise, the wind may whisper, not with randomness, but with meaning. And in that meaning, we find the thread that still connects us to Olympus. Not in faith perhaps, but in imagination. In that space the gods still walk beside us, watching, testing, teaching, reminding us that every step we take is part of a greater story, one still unfolding in the echoes of myth. In the mythological imagination of ancient Greece, the hero was not a symbol of moral perfection, nor a champion of universal good. The Greek hero was something altogether different, an extraordinary figure, marked not only by strength and achievement, but by suffering, complexity, and contradiction. To be a hero in the ancient Greek world was to exist on a threshold between mortal and divine, between individual glory and collective consequence, between admiration and fear. The heroes of myth are often larger than life, and yet their stories are rooted in the most human of concerns: honor, vengeance, grief, ambition, and the relentless desire to be remembered. The Greek term for hero, houros, does not imply virtue in the modern sense. It implies greatness. A hero is someone who stands apart, whose life is shaped by fate and fueled by striving. The earliest heroes, such as those described in Homer's epics, live in a world governed by honor and glory, Timon and Kleos. Their actions are motivated not by duty or altruism, but by the pursuit of eternal fame, the need to leave behind a name that will echo long after death. Achilles, perhaps the most iconic hero of the Greek tradition, chooses a short life of glory over a long life of obscurity. He knows he will die young if he fights at Troy, and he chooses death, because for a hero, death is not the end. Oblivion is the hero in code, as expressed in the Iliad and Odyssey, is built on this understanding. Heroes are bound to their honor, and every decision they make is weighed against their reputation. Their deeds are told in song, preserved by bards, and passed through generations. This desire for Kleos is not mere vanity, it is a form of immortality. In a world where the gods are eternal and mortals are not, the only path to lasting significance is through extraordinary action. But such action comes with a price. Heroes are not spared suffering. In fact, they often endure more pain, more loss, more isolation than ordinary men. Their greatness isolates them. Greek heroes are frequently of divine descent, but they are never gods. They are demigods, born of a mortal and a deity, or otherwise marked by the touch of the divine. Heracles, son of Zeus and the mortal Alcmene, is the most famous of these figures, and his life is a series of labors, each more brutal than the last. His strength is unmatched, his courage legendary, but his story is also one of madness, punishment, and redemption. He is not loved by all, he is feared, manipulated, and at times cast out. The gods who gave him life also gave him suffering, and in that suffering, he becomes a symbol, not of invincibility, but of endurance. The hero's path is rarely one of peace. It is marked by violence, exile, and inner turmoil. Theseus, slayer of the Minotaur, and founder of Athenian unity, must abandon Ariadne, the woman who saves him. Perseus, victorious over Medusa, must still navigate betrayal and divine entanglement. Jason, who retrieves the golden fleece with the help of Medea, ultimately loses everything: his love, his children, his throne. Greek heroes are not rewarded with happy endings. Their stories are warnings as much as celebrations. They reveal the costs of greatness, the fragility of human happiness in the face of fate. Unlike the heroes of later traditions, who often embody clear moral ideals, Greek heroes dwell in ambiguity. They commit acts of cruelty, deceit, and vengeance. They are not always just. They are not always right, yet they are always compelling, because they confront the chaos of existence directly. They do not avoid conflict, they enter it. They challenge monsters, defy kings, descend into the underworld. In doing so, they reveal what it means to struggle against limits, not just physical, but existential. The hero's journey is a confrontation with death, not to escape it, but to transform it into meaning. This transformation is not limited to personal achievement. Heroes often play a foundational role in the myths of cities and peoples. Theseus is not just a warrior, he is a unifier. His myth justifies the political identity of Athens. Heracles is not just a strongman. His labors cleanse the world of monstrous threats, restoring a kind of cosmic order. Perseus frees Andromeda, founds cities, and returns Medusa's head to Athena, reinforcing divine order. The heroes' deeds reverberate beyond their personal lives. They shape history, geography, ritual. Shrines are built at their graves. Festivals are held in their honor. They are worshipped, not as gods, but as intermediaries between the human and the divine. The Greeks understood that heroes were needed not only to inspire, but to explain. Myths of heroes answered questions of origin, justified laws, sanctified places. Why does this city exist here? Because a hero founded it. Why do we perform this ritual? Because a hero once did so in this way. The hero becomes a bridge between past and present, myth and society, chaos and structure. Their stories are not escapist fantasies, but cultural anchors. They remind communities of shared values, ancestral struggles, and the cost of identity. Yet even as the hero is celebrated, he is also mourned. The Greeks never forget that their heroes die. Achilles, killed by a vulnerable heel. Heracles, poisoned by his own wife. Ajax, falling on his own sword out of shame. These deaths are not tragic in the sense of unfairness. They are tragic because they are inevitable. The hero's fate is to die, and in dying, to become legend. This tension between glory and doom gives Greek heroism its enduring power. It is not about victory, it is about significance. This significance often takes the form of catharsis. In Greek tragedy, heroes suffer not because they are evil, but because they are human. Oedipus seeks truth and finds horror. Antigone upholds family duty and is entombed alive. Electra, Agamemnon, Medea, these are not minor characters. They are central to the mythic and dramatic tradition. Their choices, their grief, their rage, these evoke recognition, pity, fear. The audience sees itself in the hero's fall, and in that recognition, experiences catharsis. The hero becomes a mirror, not of how to live, but of what it means to live intensely. Heroes are also shaped by their relationship to the gods. Some are favored, others opposed, most are both. Odysseus has Athena's protection, but earns Poseidon's wrath. Heracles is aided by Athena, but persecuted by Hera. This divine involvement does not diminish their agency. It highlights the stakes. The hero's choices matter, but they unfold within a world where divine will and mortal action are entangled. The gods do not save the hero from fate. At best, they guide, delay, or complicate. The hero must act, knowing the gods are watching, but not always intervening. This dynamic tension between freedom and destiny defines the heroic experience. The hero is not a solitary figure. He often travels with companions, fights for a people, or sacrifices for loved ones. But his path is ultimately isolating. His greatness sets him apart. Even in triumph, he is alone. Odysseus returns home to Ithaca, but he is changed. He has seen the underworld, tricked gods, lost men. His bed is still there, his wife still faithful, but he is no longer the man who left. This theme of alienation, of the cost of experience, runs through all heroic myths. The hero becomes a stranger in his own home, a legend among people who can no longer truly understand him. In this way, the hero reflects not only the society that told his stories, but the universal human condition. We are all bound by limits, of time, of knowledge, of power. The hero dares to confront those limits. He fails, often. He dies, always, but he refuses to live quietly. In that refusal, he becomes a symbol, not of perfection, but of potential. The potential to rise, to fall, to matter. The Greeks honored their heroes not only in story, but in stone. Hero shrines, or hero, dotted the landscape. These were not graves in the ordinary sense. They were sacred places where the line between life and afterlife was thin. Offerings were made, prayers spoken. In some cases, heroes were invoked as protectors of the city, as healers, as guides. The hero cults remind us that the mythic figure was not just a character on a vase or a name in a poem. He was present, invoked, alive in ritual and belief. The concept of the hero evolved over time. In the archaic period, the hero was a warrior, bold, proud, unstoppable. In the classical era, the hero became more introspective, more entangled in questions of justice, fate, and identity. Tragic heroes emerged, complex, flawed, unforgettable. In the Hellenistic and Roman periods, heroes became more allegorical, more symbolic. Yet throughout, the core remained. The hero is the one who steps beyond the ordinary, who suffers for it, and who through that suffering becomes timeless.
The legacy of Greek heroism is immense. It shaped not only the literature of the West, but its psychology, philosophy, and aesthetics. From Homer to Shakespeare, from Sophocles to Freud, the Greek hero haunts our imagination. We still tell stories of those who rise above, who break the mold, who chase greatness at any cost. We still ask the questions the Greeks asked. What does it mean to live a life that matters? What are we willing to sacrifice for glory, for love, for truth? Can we escape fate? Should we even try? The Greek hero does not answer these questions. He lives them, and in living them, he teaches us not how to be good, but how to be fully human, how to strive, knowing we may fail, how to endure, knowing we will die, how to act, even when the gods are silent. In the stories of these heroes, the ancients saw the shape of their own struggles, and in those same stories, we still see ours. Not because we are gods, or destined for greatness, but because we too are trying to matter, to love, to choose, to leave something behind that says we were here, that we lived, that we, in our own way, were heroic. Among the countless figures who walk the mythic world of ancient Greece, none stands taller literally or symbolically than Heracles. Known to the Romans as Hercules, he is the most powerful of all Greek heroes, the quintessential warrior, the breaker of monsters, the slayer of chaos. Yet strength alone does not define him. Heracles is not only a symbol of brute force, he is a study in contradiction, a hero driven to madness, burdened with guilt, forced to atone through suffering. His is a myth of paradox, a mortal born of Zeus, condemned to pain by Hera, hated and honored, broken and deified. To understand Heracles is to understand the Greek vision of heroism at its most primal and complex. His life is not one of triumph alone, it is a life carved by labor, tested by the divine, and ultimately transformed by fire and divinity. Heracles' origin is itself shaped by conflict. He is the son of Zeus and Alcmene, a mortal woman of great beauty and lineage. Zeus, ever unfaithful to Hera, disguises himself as Alcmene's husband to seduce her, and the result is Heracles. Hera's wrath, as always, is not aimed at Zeus but at the woman and child. From birth, Heracles is marked, Hera sends serpents into his crib, and the infant crushes them in his fists. This early feat of strength signals his destiny, but also the curse that follows him. He will be powerful, yes, but his life will be one of hardship. As he grows, Heracles is taught by the best Chiron, the centaur, Linus the musician, Eurytus, the archer. But his temperament is wild, impulsive. He kills Linus in a fit of rage. He is exiled, purified, trained again. Violence follows him, not by design, but as a shadow. He marries Megara, the daughter of the king of Thebes, and has children. For a moment, peace seems possible. But Hera intervenes again, driving Heracles into a fit of madness. In his frenzy, he murders his own wife and children. When he awakens and sees what he has done, he is undone. The pain is beyond physical, it is existential. He begs for death, but the gods in their enigmatic justice offer another path, not death but purification through suffering. The oracle at Delphi, speaking for Apollo, decrees that Heracles must serve King Eurystheus of Tiryns and complete a series of impossible tasks, labors that will test his body, his mind, and his soul. These 12 labors are not just punishments, they are rituals of transformation. Each labor takes Heracles farther from civilization, deeper into the wild, closer to death, and ultimately towards something resembling redemption. The first labor is the Nemean lion, a beast with impenetrable skin. Weapons fail. Heracles strangles it with his bare hands. He skins the lion using its own claws and wears its pelt as armor, a sign of conquest, but also a reminder that to defeat the monstrous, one must become part of it. The second labor is the Lernaean Hydra, a serpent with regenerating heads. For each head severed, 2 more grow. With the help of his nephew Iolaus, Heracles cauterizes the necks to prevent regrowth. This labor is not brute force alone, it requires adaptation, ingenuity. He dips his arrows in the Hydra's poisonous blood, creating weapons that will later both save and doom him. The third task is to capture the golden hind of Artemis, a sacred creature not to be harmed. Heracles chases it for a year, finally catching it without injury. He must return it unharmed, navigating divine law and mortal command. This labor reveals his growing awareness, his ability to balance violence with restraint. The fourth labor, capturing the Erymanthian boar, leads him into conflict with centaurs and into contact with Chiron, who is accidentally wounded by a poisoned arrow. This encounter will ripple through other myths, linking Heracles' journey to broader themes of suffering and immortality. The fifth labor is to clean the Oganon stables, an impossible task, given their years of filth. Heracles rewrote rivers to wash them clean. It is an act of divine-level ingenuity, and yet Eurystheus rejects it, claiming Heracles cheated. The sixth labor, driving away the Stymphalian birds with bronze feathers and deadly beaks, is done with Athena's help. Heracles uses a rattle to frighten them into the air, then shoots them down. Again, intelligence joins strength. The seventh labor brings Heracles to Crete, where he captures the Cretan bull, a beast connected to the later myth of the Minotaur. The eighth requires stealing the mares of Diomedes, man-eating horses. Heracles feeds Diomedes to his own beasts, calming them and leads them back. The ninth is to retrieve the belt of Hippolyta, queen of the Amazons. At first she agrees peacefully, but Hera, disguised, sows discord, causing battle. Heracles kills Hippolyta, taking the belt. This labor is soaked in misunderstanding, reflecting the fragility of trust even in heroism. The 10th labor, stealing the cattle of Geryon, brings Heracles to the edge of the world. He crosses deserts, builds the Pillars of Hercules, kills a 3-bodied giant. It is a labor of endurance and conquest. The 11th labor is to retrieve the golden apples of the Hesperides, guarded by nymphs and a dragon. Heracles tricks Atlas into retrieving them, then deceives him into taking the sky back onto his shoulders. This labor is mental and mythic, a journey into celestial realms, a dance of strength and wit. The final labor is the most profound, to descend into the underworld and bring back Cerberus, the three-headed hound. This is the ultimate heroic feat, the catabasis. Heracles enters the realm of death, confronts Hades, and returns with the beast. No task is more symbolic. To face death and return is the mark of the hero's transformation. He is no longer merely strong, he is reborn. These 12 labors are not just episodic adventures. They are a spiritual journey. Heracles moves from wrathful brute to disciplined servant, from killer to savior. Each task strips away arrogance and builds something deeper, a sense of purpose, a vision of redemption. His labors are both expiation and elevation. He purges the crime of his past, not through prayer or withdrawal, but through action. This is the Greek way to meet the consequences of one's fate head-on, to suffer and act until transformation is earned. Yet Heracles' story does not end with the labors. He continues to wander, to fight, to suffer. He marries again. He loves, loses, and battles centaurs and tyrants. His final tragedy is born of love and deception. His wife Deianira, fearing he will leave her, gives him a robe smeared with the poisoned blood of the centaur Nessus. The robe clings to his skin, burning him. Heracles cannot remove it. In agony he builds his own funeral pyre, lies upon it, and waits. No mortal can kill him. But he can choose death. Zeus intervenes. Heracles' mortal body burns, but his divine essence ascends. He is welcomed to Olympus, married to Hebe, granted immortality. This apotheosis is rare, almost unique. It is not a reward alone, it is a recognition. Heracles has completed the ultimate hero's journey. He has suffered, conquered, atoned. He has lived as a man, died as a mortal, and risen as a god. Heracles remains the most worshipped hero in ancient Greece. Shrines to him exist across the Hellenic world. He is both protector and challenger, a figure of strength and instability. His myths speak to those who suffer, who rage, who regret. He offers no easy model of virtue. He is flawed, violent, haunted, but he endures. He never turns away from the impossible. He lifts it, carries it, throws it down. In Heracles, the Greeks saw the duality of their own condition, the capacity for greatness and ruin, for divine favor and unrelenting pain. His strength is not simply muscle, it is resilience. His legacy is not victory, it is transformation. He reminds us that redemption does not come easily, that justice requires toil, that peace is won through labor. And in every trial he faced, Heracles did not only fight monsters, he fought the self-rage, grief, shame. Each labor was an act of inner conquest, each victory a step closer to balance. That is why Heracles endures, not just as a mythic strongman, but as a spiritual archetype. The one who breaks the world's weight, and in doing so finds light beyond the fire. In the world of Greek mythology, where gods rule the heavens and heroes walk the earth, the story of Perseus stands as one of the earliest and most enduring heroic narratives. His tale is one of prophecy, exile, divine aid, and the slaying of a monster whose gaze turns men to stone. Yet beneath the structure of an adventure lies a narrative rich in symbolism, contradiction, and psychological depth. The myth of Perseus and Medusa is more than the journey of a young man fulfilling his fate. It is a meditation on fear, courage, the unknown, and the transformation of identity through confrontation with the monstrous. Perseus's story begins with a prophecy, as so many Greek myths do. Acrisius, king of Argos, receives an oracle declaring that he will be killed by his daughter's son. In a desperate attempt to defy fate, he locks his daughter Danae in a bronze chamber, sealed against the world. But fate in Greek myth is not so easily outwitted. Zeus, in a form not bound by walls or doors, descends upon Danae as a shower of golden light. She conceives, and Perseus is born. Acrisius, fearing the prophecy still, casts mother and child into the sea in a wooden chest. They drift, exposed and helpless, until they reach the island of Seriphos, where they are taken in by the kindly fisherman Dictys. As Perseus grows, his presence disturbs the balance of power on the island. Polydectes, the king and brother of Dictys, desires Danaus as Perseus as an obstacle. He schemes to remove the young man by issuing a challenge masked as a jest. Polydectes announces his intention to marry another woman and demands gifts from all his subjects. When Perseus offers nothing, Polydectes demands that he bring the head of Medusa, one of the fearsome Gorgon's monsters with snakes for hair, whose gaze turns all living creatures to stone. It is a suicide mission. Perseus accepts. This moment marks the true beginning of Perseus's heroism, not because he defeats Medusa, but because he chooses to face the impossible. Unlike Heracles, who is driven by atonement, or Achilles, who seeks eternal glory, Perseus's motive is protective. He is not seeking fame, but shielding his mother. His quest is not for conquest, but for liberation. Yet, like all Greek heroes, he must enter a world beyond reason, beyond safety, where gods and monsters dwell. Divine aid is central to Perseus's journey. Heroes in Greek myth rarely succeed by strength alone. They succeed through divine favor and the proper performance of ritual, humility, and courage. Perseus is aided by a constellation of gods, Athena, Hermes, and sometimes Hades. From Hermes, he receives a curved sword, sharp enough to pierce Medusa's scales. From Athena, a polished shield to serve as a mirror, allowing him to avoid the deadly gaze. From the nymphs or the god Hades, depending on the version, he obtains a helm of invisibility and a magical bag to carry the severed head. But before facing Medusa, Perseus must first locate the Graea, three ancient sisters who share one eye and one tooth among them. They guard the secret of the Gorgon's location. Perseus steals their eye, holding it hostage until they reveal what he needs. This episode is not simply a narrative detour, it is symbolic. The Graea are beings of primordial knowledge, gatekeepers to the shadow world. By depriving them of their sight, even briefly, Perseus asserts human will over ancient dread. He does not defeat them with violence but with cunning. The myth emphasizes that knowledge is power, and that even the most terrifying truths can be confronted and overcome. When Perseus finally reaches the Gorgon's lair, he finds Medusa asleep. She is the only mortal among her sisters, the only one who can be killed. Moving silently, using the reflection in Athena's shield to guide him, Perseus beheads her in a single stroke. From her neck spring Pegasus, the winged horse, and Chrysaor, a golden giant, symbols of creation born from destruction. This moment of death becomes a moment of birth, and in this transformation lies a deeper mythic truth, that within fear lies potential, within monstrosity lies mystery, and within darkness lies the spark of something new. The image of Medusa, with her serpent hair and petrifying stare, is among the most haunting in Greek mythology. She is more than a monster, she is a symbol of what lies beyond the familiar. Some ancient versions describe her not as born a monster, but as transformed into one by Athena, after being violated in the goddess's temple. In this light, Medusa becomes a victim of divine wrath, punished for a transgression that was not hers. Her monstrous form, then, is not evil, it is a mask, a shield, a weapon forged from trauma. To slay Medusa is not just to defeat a beast, it is to confront the power of fear itself, the fear that silences, freezes, paralyzes. Perseus does not triumph by overpowering Medusa, he triumphs by not looking. He uses the shield, the tool of reflection. He defeats the monsters not through direct confrontation, but through mediation. This is a profound idea. The greatest threats are not always faced head-on. They are navigated with care, with preparation, with wisdom. In slaying Medusa, Perseus also slays the image of helplessness. He acts not as a brute, but as a strategist. His success is a synthesis of courage and caution. With the head of Medusa secured, Perseus begins his return.
a common motif in hero myths. The journey outward is followed by the journey home, but the hero never returns unchanged. Along the way, Perseus encounters Andromeda, chained to a rock as a sacrifice to a sea monster, offered to appease Poseidon's wrath. The scene echoes themes of innocence, punishment, and salvation. Perseus slays the monster and rescues her, an act that combines chivalry with fate. They marry, not as a reward for conquest, but as a union of shared destiny. Back on Seriphos, Perseus confronts Polydectes. Using Medusa's head, he turns the tyrant and his court to stone, fulfilling his promise and freeing his mother. The head of Medusa, now a symbol of protection, is given to Athena, who places it on her shield, the Aegis. The symbol of terror becomes a symbol of defense. The cycle is complete. Perseus's story concludes with the fulfillment of the prophecy. He accidentally kills his grandfather Acrisius with a discus during funeral games, a reminder that fate is inescapable. No matter how much one flees, the arc of destiny bends toward its end. But unlike other heroes whose lives end in isolation or tragedy, Perseus is remembered with reverence. He does not die violently. In some versions, he and Andromeda are transformed into constellations set among the stars. Their love, their struggle, their journey are made eternal in the night sky. The myth of Perseus is rich with archetypal structure. He is the classic hero, born in obscurity, cast out, challenged, aided by the divine, triumphant over chaos, and returned with a gift. His story contains elements of the monomyth, the hero's journey, separation, initiation, and return. But it also carries uniquely Greek themes: the inevitability of fate, the interplay of human action and divine will, and the constant negotiation between courage and caution. Medusa, too, lingers beyond her role as antagonist. She is a figure of fear, but also of power. Her severed head remains active, able to turn enemies to stone. Even in death, she is potent. She becomes a talisman, a boundary marker, a symbol placed on shields and temples to ward off evil. In this transformation, Medusa ceases to be a monster and becomes a kind of protector, feared, yes, but also revered. Perseus and Medusa are not merely characters, they are symbols in dialogue, the hero and the unknown, the agent of change, and the force of resistance, the light that dares descend into shadow. Their story is one of conquest, but also of understanding, of recognizing that what we fear most may not be what we think it is, and that true strength lies not in violence alone, but in vision, in discipline, in the willingness to look without being consumed. In the myth of Perseus, the Greeks articulated a profound truth, that the journey into the unknown, the labyrinth of fear, guilt, loss, is the crucible in which the self is formed. That in slaying the monster, the hero must also reckon with what the monster represents. That heroism is not about dominance, but about transformation, of danger into wisdom, of suffering into meaning, of myth into memory. And so, as the stars wheel overhead, and the figures of Perseus and Andromeda still shine in the night sky, their story endures, not because it is old, but because it is true. True to the fear that lives in every human heart, true to the courage that rises in response, and true to the quiet hope that from every darkness, something radiant can be born. Among the great heroes of Greek mythology, Theseus stands as a figure of civilization, clever, noble, and courageous. But he is also marked by contradiction. He is not a son of pain like Heracles, nor a wanderer like Odysseus. He is, instead, a founder of justice, of order, of the polis itself. And yet the myth that defines him, the tale that places him at the heart of the Greek heroic canon, is not a story of laws or diplomacy. It is a story of darkness, of descent, and of a monster hidden at the center of a maze. The myth of Theseus and the Minotaur is not merely a tale of heroism. It is a journey into the unknown, a confrontation with monstrosity, both literal and symbolic, and a profound meditation on the costs of leadership, the complexity of identity, and the necessary rites of passage from youth into responsibility. The story begins in Athens, a city still in its early mythic formation. King Aegeus, ruler of the city, is childless, and after seeking the counsel of the oracle at Delphi, he receives a cryptic prophecy. Interpreting the message with the help of a wise king in Trojan, he sleeps with Athena, who also receives the god Poseidon, that same night. Thus Theseus is born with dual parentage, mortal and divine. He is raised away from Athens, unaware of his father's identity. When he comes of age, his mother reveals his lineage, and the test set by Aegeus, to lift a heavy rock and retrieve the sword and sandals hidden beneath. Theseus succeeds, and begins his journey to Athens, not by sea, which would be safer, but by land, through a path infested with bandits and monsters. This choice already sets Theseus apart. He seeks to prove himself not merely through arrival, but through ordeal. Along the road, he confronts and defeats a series of villains, Periphetes, Sinis, Sigaran, Circean, each representing a distorted form of justice or hospitality. He defeats them by turning their own cruelty back upon them. These episodes are not just episodic tests, they are symbolic purifications. Each monster or outlaw represents a corruption of order, and Theseus's victories mark the establishment of civic virtue over lawlessness. By the time he reaches Athens, he is not simply a young man seeking his father, he is a hero forged through trial. In Athens, he is not immediately recognized. His stepmother Medea, sensing the threat he poses to her power, attempts to poison him, but Aegeus intervenes just in time. Father and son are reunited, but the city is in mourning. Every 9 years, Athens is forced to send 7 young men and 7 maidens to Crete as tribute to King Minos, a reparation for the death of Minos' son Androgeus during games in Athens. These youths are not sacrificed in ritual, but cast into the labyrinth, a vast and inescapable maze designed by Daedalus, at the center of which dwells the Minotaur, a creature half man, half bull. Born of Queen Pasiphae and a sacred bull sent by Poseidon, the Minotaur is the dark secret of Crete, a manifestation of lust, pride, and divine punishment. Theseus volunteers to go, not as a sacrifice, but as a challenger. His act is both political and personal. He offers to end the shame of Athens, to confront the monstrous directly. But this is not mere bravado, it is a deliberate descent into darkness, into the unknown, into a place designed not only to kill, but to confuse, to trap, to twist. The labyrinth is more than architecture. It is a metaphor for chaos, for inner conflict, for the complexity of the world. Theseus must now enter. Upon arriving in Crete, Theseus encounters Ariadne, daughter of King Minos. She falls in love with him and offers him a lifeline. Literally, she gives him a ball of thread, advising him to tie one end at the entrance and unwind it as he moves inward, so he may find his way back. This act of trust, of alliance, becomes central to the myth. Theseus's success will not be due to brute strength alone, but to foresight, partnership, and a simple, elegant tool, the thread. It is a gift not of power, but of clarity. Theseus descends into the labyrinth. He follows the winding paths, guided by the thread, until he finds the Minotaur. In most versions of the myth, the fight is brief. Theseus overpowers the beast and kills it. But the true trial is not the fight, it is the escape. Retracing his steps with the thread, Theseus emerges not just as a survivor, but as someone who has faced the monstrous, confronted chaos, and returned with knowledge. He does not slay the Minotaur and remain lost. He comes back. This is the true mark of the hero, not descent alone, but return. The myth does not end in the dark, it ends in light. Theseus flees Crete with Ariadne and the other survivors. But here the story fractures, as Greek myths often do. On the island of Naxos, Theseus abandons Ariadne. The reasons vary. Some say he is commanded by the gods, others that he tires of her, still others that Dionysus claims her as his bride. Regardless of motive, the act casts a shadow over Theseus. He, who was saved by trust, betrays it. He leaves behind the one who gave him the means to survive. This moment complicates his heroism. It reminds us that greatness does not ensure virtue, and that the hero, even triumphant, is capable of failure. The myth's final turn is tragic and ironic. As Theseus nears Athens, he forgets to change the sails on his ship. He had promised his father that if he returned alive, he would raise white sails instead of the black ones of mourning. Agasius, watching from a cliff, sees the black sails, believes his son is dead, and throws himself into the sea. The Aegean Sea bears his name. Theseus arrives home a victor, but finds his father gone, his joy diminished. This final scene is not just narrative closure, it is a meditation on memory, on symbols, on the burden of being the hero. Theseus saved his people, but at the cost of personal loss. His mistake is not malicious, it is human. But in myth, even forgetfulness carries weight. The labyrinth, with its winding, unmarked passages, is the central symbol of the myth. It represents more than a trap. It is the mind, the world, the self. To enter it is to step away from clarity, from the structured world of law and reason. Inside, one must navigate not with vision, but with intuition. The Minotaur, too, is not merely a monster. He is a child of unnatural union, locked away, shamed, and used as punishment. He is both victim and beast. Theseus's victory over the Minotaur is thus a triumph over confusion, over inner wildness, over the parts of ourselves we fear and try to lock away. Theseus returns to Athens and eventually becomes king. He unifies the region of Attica, establishing a centralized democracy and a sense of civic identity. His leadership is remembered as wise, though marked by missteps. He embarks on further adventures, some noble, some reckless. He attempts to abduct Persephone from the underworld, for instance, and is trapped there until rescued by Heracles. His life is a continuation of his mythic arc, rising, faltering, learning. In his death, he is exiled, misunderstood, and dies alone on the island of Skyros. But in time, Athens reclaims him. His bones are brought back, and he is honored as a founding hero, a symbol of order, reason, and heroic resolve. The myth of Theseus and the Minotaur is not just a tale of victory, it is a layered reflection on what it means to lead, to face fear, and to return from darkness bearing light. Theseus does not destroy the labyrinth. He survives it. He does not kill the Minotaur out of hatred, but out of necessity. He is a hero of balance, not extreme like Achilles, not tragic like Oedipus, but centered between passion and restraint, instinct and wisdom. He is in many ways the idealized citizen hero, embodying the values that Athens would later claim as its own. Yet the myth refuses simplicity. Theseus's abandonment of Ariadne, his failure to signal his survival, his later hubris, they all serve to remind us that no hero is whole. The thread that leads him out of the labyrinth cannot guide him through life. His victories do not shield him from error. His journey is not linear. It loops and bends, like the maze he once escaped. And that is why this myth endures, because it speaks not only to the external monsters we must face, but to the inner ones, the parts of ourselves we fear, suppress, or misunderstand. Because it teaches that guidance, even when given, must be remembered. And because it reminds us that even the strongest among us can forget the sails, can leave someone behind, can arrive home, changed in ways no one else will ever fully understand. In the end, the labyrinth never leaves us. We carry it within, the winding paths of choice, of memory, of consequence. And like Theseus, we are called to enter it, not knowing what we will find, hoping that we will return with something more than a trophy, hoping that we will return with clarity, with truth, with ourselves. In the tapestry of Greek mythology, some stories soar across oceans, driven not by war or vengeance, but by the longing for destiny and the promise of greatness. Among these, the tale of Jason and the Argonauts stands apart, not because of a single monstrous foe or a climactic duel, but because it is a voyage. It is a journey of many, bound not by blood but by choice, a company of heroes sailing into the unknown in pursuit of something luminous and distant, the Golden Fleece. And at the center of it all stands Jason, a man not forged by war or divine madness, but by inheritance, ambition, and ultimately, consequence. Jason's story begins before his birth, in a kingdom usurped. His father, Asa, was the rightful king of Iolcus, but his throne was taken by Peleus, a half-brother driven by power and fear. When Jason is born, he is hidden away and raised in secret, far from the reach of the tyrant. He grows in the care of Chiron, the wise centaur, who instructs many of Greece's greatest heroes. When Jason comes of age, he returns to Iolcus to reclaim what is his. He arrives not in armor, but with a single sandal, having lost the other while carrying an old woman, Hera in disguise, across a river. This act of kindness marks him, but also fulfills a prophecy that Peleus had long feared. Beware the man with one sandal.
To rid himself of this threat, Peleus devises a challenge. He tells Jason that he may have the throne if he first retrieves the golden fleece from the distant land of Colchis. It is a task meant to destroy him, to send him across seas and into myth. The fleece is not merely a treasure. It is the preserved skin of a divine ram that once rescued Phrixus, a boy threatened by his own father. After arriving in Colchis, Phrixus sacrificed the ram to Zeus and hung its golden pelt in a sacred grove, where it was guarded by a never-sleeping dragon. Over time, the fleece became more than an object. It became a symbol of divine favor, of impossible glory, of that which lies just beyond reach. Jason accepts the challenge, and with the help of Athena builds a ship, the Argo. It is not merely a vessel, it is an artifact of destiny. It holds within its prow a piece of the sacred oak of Dodona, capable of speech, whispering truths. Jason calls forth the greatest heroes of the age to join him. Heracles, Orpheus, Atalanta, Castor and Pollux, Peleus and many others. Together they become the Argonauts, sailors of myth, each with their own stories, each bound by the promise of the voyage. In assembling them, Jason becomes more than a prince, he becomes a leader. But leadership in Greek myth is never easy, and never without cost. The voyage of the Argo is filled with trials, not just physical, but moral, symbolic, spiritual. They face the Lemnian women, who killed their husbands and live in isolation. They battle giants, navigate treacherous straits, consult blind prophets. In each episode, Jason must learn, adapt, endure. But unlike other heroes, Jason rarely triumphs alone. He relies on the strengths of others. Heracles' might, Orpheus' music, the wisdom of the seers. This collaborative heroism is rare in Greek myth. It suggests that greatness is not solitary, but communal, that destiny is not reached through isolation, but through shared endeavor. And yet Jason's greatest trial awaits him in Colchis. There he meets King Aeetes, a ruler of both grandeur and cruelty, and Medea, his daughter, a sorceress, priestess of Hecate, and woman of uncanny power. Aeetes agrees to give Jason the fleece, but only if he performs a series of impossible tasks to yoke fire-breathing bulls, to sow dragons' teeth into the earth, and to defeat the warriors who spring from them. These are not tests of strength alone. They are tests of identity, of manipulation, of supernatural power. Jason on his own would fail, but Medea, stricken by love, divinely induced or deeply human, chooses to help him. She gives him potions to withstand the flames, teaches him how to deceive the earthborn warriors. She betrays her family, her country, her gods, for Jason, and in return, he succeeds. But the fleece is still guarded by the dragon. In some versions, Jason slays it. In others, Medea lulls it to sleep. Either way, it is her intervention that makes the impossible real. Together they flee, taking not only the fleece, but also the wrath of Aeetes. As they escape, they are pursued by Medea's brother, whom she kills, or dismembers, to delay their father. The sea is stained with betrayal, and Jason, complicit or passive, sails on with the prize, and the woman who made it possible. The return to Iolcus is not a peaceful homecoming. Jason presents the fleece to Peleus, but the king reneges. Once more Medea acts. She tricks Peleus's daughters into killing their father, under the false belief that she can restore him to youth. The act is horrifying, and the pair are exiled. They find refuge in Corinth, where they live for a time in uneasy peace. But Jason, restless and ambitious, seeks a political alliance. He decides to marry the daughter of the king of Corinth, casting Medea aside. And here, the myth turns irrevocably dark. Medea, betrayed, becomes something else. No longer helper, no longer lover, but avenger. She kills the new bride, the king and her own children, by Jason. The crime shocks even the gods. Yet she escapes, borne away by a chariot of dragons, untouched by punishment. Jason is left alone, broken, not as a fallen king, but as a man who underestimated love, loyalty, and consequence. In some versions, he dies years later, crushed by a rotting beam from the Argo, the very ship that once carried his dream. Jason's myth is a spiral, not a straight line of triumph, but a coil of ambition and erosion. He begins as a boy, seeking justice, becomes a leader, a hero, a lover, a betrayer, and finally, a figure of pity. He achieves his goal but loses everything else. The golden fleece, once so precious, becomes almost irrelevant. What matters is not the object, but the journey and the cost. Jason is not remembered for strength or wisdom, but for what he unleashed. For the heartbreak of Medea, the unraveling of a family, the price of forgetting that heroism requires more than glory. Medea, too, is more than a figure of vengeance. She is one of the most complex characters in Greek mythology. Her love is absolute, her rage apocalyptic. She is helper and destroyer, mother and murderer, divine and deeply human. She gives Jason everything: success, survival, fatherhood, and he casts her aside. Her actions are indefensible, but they are not incomprehensible. She is the cost of betrayal incarnate, the voice of those who give and are discarded. Through her, the myth gains a second center, no longer about Jason alone, but about the thin line between devotion and destruction. The voyage of the Argo is a myth of transition, not only for Jason, but for the very idea of heroism. It marks a shift from the solitary strength of Heracles to a more complex, politically entangled, ethically murky vision of what it means to lead. Jason does not conquer through might. He negotiates, relies on others, and compromises. He is more modern, more vulnerable, and perhaps for that reason, more tragic. His failure is not in battle, but in relationship, in forgetting that the heart of heroism lies not in possession, but in honor. The golden fleece, hanging in its grove guarded by sleepless vigilance, remains a symbol of ultimate achievement. But it is also a mirror. It reflects the hunger that drives men forward, and the blindness that so often follows. Jason's story is not a warning against striving. It is a reminder that striving must be tempered by loyalty, gratitude, and truth. Without them, the journey consumes the journeyer. Even the ship itself, the Argo, becomes mythic. In some traditions, it is given a place among the stars. In others, it rots in harbor, its divine wood forgotten. It is both vessel and relic, like the hero it carried, once magnificent, then decaying, always echoing with what once was. And so the myth endures, not because it celebrates victory, but because it tells the truth about the complexity of human desire. Jason sought a throne and gained a legend, but legends are not always gentle. They are full of noise, of loss, of voices that whisper in the night. Remember who helped you. Remember what you promised. Remember that no prize is worth the soul that must be broken to claim it. The tale of Jason and the Argonauts is not merely an adventure across the sea. It is a voyage into the self, into the fragile fabric of trust, into the deep waters of what it means to lead, to love, and to choose. And in that voyage, as in all great myths, we find not just a hero, but a reflection of ourselves, and of the choices that shape the world we leave behind. In the mythological world of ancient Greece, fate is not an idea. It is a force, a presence, an inevitability that pulses beneath every act of courage, every stroke of luck, every cry of defiance. It is not bound by mortal law or divine decree, and it does not ask permission. Fate, Moira, as the Greeks called it, is both the thread and the blade. It weaves the course of a life and cuts it when the time is come. It is older than the gods, unchallenged by kings, and acknowledged by every hero whose name has ever lived in story or stone. To live in the Greek world was to live under the shadow of Moira, not as a punishment, but as a truth. The Greeks did not conceive of fate as a single event or moment. It was a totality, a thread, spun at birth, and wound inexorably toward an end. The image of the three Moira, the Fates, was among the most potent in their cultural imagination. Clotho, the spinner, begins the thread of life. Lexis, the measurer, determines its length. Atropos, the cutter, ends it. These were not metaphorical figures to the Greeks. They were real, present, woven into the rituals of birth, oath, and burial. Even the gods, immortal and mighty, bowed to their authority. Not even Zeus could command the Moira. He might delay their shears, but he could not dull them. They were the final voice, the fixed horizon beyond power. This vision of fate permeates the myths at every level. Oedipus is told he will kill his father and marry his mother. In his every effort to escape that destiny, he walks directly into it. Lexaeus and Jocasta, in trying to prevent the prophecy, create the conditions for its fulfillment. Their actions, motivated by fear and resistance, only tighten the thread. This is not simply tragedy, it is insight. The myth does not say that choice is meaningless. It says that choice occurs within the boundaries of Moira. You may walk to your fate, run from it, fight it, love it, but you will meet it all the same. Achilles, the greatest warrior of the Greeks, is offered a choice. He can live a long, peaceful life in obscurity, or a short, glorious life that will echo forever. He chooses glory, but even that choice exists within a frame already spun. The gods know he will die. He knows he will die. The point is not to escape fate, but to fulfill it with purpose. His rage, his loss, his triumph, they are all wrapped around that central truth. When he finally kills Hector, knowing that his own death is close behind, he does not despair. He acts. He moves into his fate with eyes open. This relationship between fate and action is one of the central tensions of Greek myth. The heroes are not puppets. They choose. But they choose within limits. And those limits are not arbitrary. They are embedded in the fabric of the cosmos. This is what makes their stories so deeply human. We too live within limits of time, of body, of circumstance. The Greek myths do not offer escape. They offer recognition. In the heroic struggle, we see our own. Fate is not always harsh. Sometimes, it is gentle. It brings reunion, love, insight. But it is always final. It is never reversed. And when it is challenged, truly, deliberately challenged, the result is disaster. Consider Prometheus. He knows the future. He defies Zeus to give fire to humanity. For this act of rebellion, he is bound to a rock, his liver eaten daily by an eagle. He is a hero to mortals, but he suffers for his presumption. His crime is not kindness, it is knowing and still resisting. His fate is not punishment by a god. It is the fulfillment of the very order he tried to change. The gods themselves are not immune. Kronos, fearing the prophecy that his son would overthrow him, devours his children. But Zeus is saved, and in time, he fulfills the fate his father feared. Kronos is deposed, just as Uranus, before him, was castrated by his own son. The myth reveals a cycle. Each generation of gods inherits both power and fear. They try to stop what is coming, but it comes anyway. Fate is not cruel, it is memory, repetition, justice. It is the reminder that all power has a horizon. Even in the mortal realm, fate is more than individual. It extends to cities, nations, entire cultures. Troy is doomed not because of Helen, or Paris, or even Achilles. It is doomed because it must fall. The gods choose sides, but the outcome is sealed. The fall of Troy is not simply a war. It is a pivot of history, a moment written before it began. And yet within that inevitability, there is room for choice, for honor, for sacrifice. Hector knows he will die. He fights anyway. Priam knows his city is lost. He pleads for his son's body. These acts do not change fate, but they give it meaning. The Greeks honored fate, not with resignation, but with ritual. At birth, names were given with care, stories told with purpose. Oracles were consulted, not to change the future, but to see it more clearly. The temple at Delphi, sacred to Apollo, bore the inscription, "Know thyself, not change thy fate, but understand who you are within it." This understanding was considered wisdom. To know your Moira was not to be defeated. It was to be aligned with the truth of your being. And yet there was always tension, free will and fate, autonomy and destiny. The Greeks did not resolve this tension, they lived it. In their dramas, their epics, their prayers, they asked the same questions we ask today. How much control do I have? What must I accept? When should I resist? The myths do not answer, they enact. In Sophocles and Tiber, the heroine defies the king to bury her brother, fulfilling a divine law, but sealing her doom. In Euripides' Medea, a woman betrayed by her husband kills her children, not from madness, but from a terrible clarity. In each case, the characters act within the confines of fate, but their actions burn with agency. This is perhaps the most haunting aspect of Greek fate. It coexists with passion. The thread does not dull emotion, it sharpens it. The more the characters understand their end, the more vivid their choices become. There is no numbness in Greek tragedy. There is pain, joy, rage, love, but all within the echo of inevitability. The role of prophecy in the Greek world further illuminates this tension. Prophecies are rarely straightforward. They are riddles, glimpses, warnings. They can be misread, misunderstood, manipulated. In this ambiguity lies another truth. Knowing the future is not the same as understanding it. Laius and Jocasta try to outwit the oracle, but it is their misunderstanding that seals their fate. Orestes is told he must avenge his father, but in doing so, he commits matricide and is pursued by the Furies. Only through the intervention of Athena and the establishment of trial by jury is the cycle of vengeance finally broken. This moment, when Orestes is acquitted, marks a profound shift in myth. It suggests that fate need not always mean repetition, that justice can evolve, that fate, while real, can be interpreted in ways that build rather than destroy. The myth offers not escape, but transformation, a new way to live within the thread. The Stoics, centuries later, would take this understanding even further. For them, fate was not only inevitable, it was rational, divine, ordered. To align one's will with fate was to achieve peace. To resist it was to suffer. Epictetus wrote that happiness lies in wanting what you get, not getting what you want. This echoes the ancient myths, but with a philosophical clarity. The Stoics saw in Moira not terror, but harmony. They called it logos, the reason behind all things. But for the poets, the dramatists, the storytellers, fate remained a source of awe and sorrow. They understood that to live is to hope, even in the face of what cannot be changed. And that hope itself is not foolish. It is human. The myths never mock it. They hold it gently, even as they show its limits. In modern times, we speak of fate differently. We imagine it as chance, luck, coincidence. We resist the idea that our paths are set. We value choice above all. And yet the questions persist. Why do some suffer? Why do we meet certain people? Why do some doors open and others close? The Greeks did not answer these questions with doctrine. They answered them with myth, with stories that do not resolve, but resonate. To return to Greek mythology is to return to a world where fate is not a curse, but a presence. Where to know your end is not to fear it, but to live more deeply before it comes. Where the thread is always spinning, and the only choice is how you walk its line, with pride, with humility, with defiance, with grace. Fate is not the enemy in Greek myth. It is the frame, the structure that makes meaning possible. It is the reason the hero matters, the reason the tragedy moves us. Because within that inevitability, every act still shines, every choice still echoes, every life, no matter how bound, still burns with the brilliance of being. And so in the halls of Olympus, and in the silence of the underworld, and in the hearts of mortals, fate moves, unseen, unbroken, unwritten, but already written. And we, like the heroes of old, live our stories within it, not as slaves to destiny, but as singers of it, as those who walk the thread, knowing it will end, but choosing each step with care. Justice, in the world of Greek mythology, is not a human invention. It is not carved in stone tablets, or argued in courts of reason. It is divine, elemental, and inescapable. It exists before kings, before cities, even before the Olympians took their thrones atop Mount Olympus. It is a force older than civilization itself, a rhythm that underpins the cosmos, a scale upon which all actions are eventually weighed. But unlike modern concepts of justice, rooted in equality and impartiality, Greek justice is personal, visceral, and often terrifying. It is not blind. It sees everything, and it remembers. The Greeks had a name for this cosmic force, Dike, not simply the goddess of justice, but the very principle of moral balance. Dike is the daughter of Zeus and Themis, the latter being the personification of divine order and law. Dike watches over human affairs, walking among mortals, observing, recording. She is not detached. She does not merely punish the guilty. She restores equilibrium. When the natural order is disturbed by arrogance, deceit, cruelty, Dike responds. Sometimes through suffering, sometimes through reversal, always through correction. Zeus, king of the gods, is not just the god of the sky or of thunder. He is the enforcer of justice, especially the sanctity of oaths, hospitality, and rightful rule. His epithets, Zeus Xenios, protector of guests, Zeus Horkios, guardian of oaths, reveal a core truth about divine justice. In Greek thought, it is relational. What you owe to others, your guests, your kin, your gods, must be honored. When it is not, justice is not a question of judgment. It is a matter of inevitability. The myth of Tantalus illustrates this vividly. Tantalus was a king favored by the gods, invited to dine at their table. But he abused that privilege. In one version, he steals ambrosia and nectar, bringing it to mortals. In another, more horrific, he kills his own son Pelops and serves him as a meal to the gods, testing their omniscience. The punishment is swift and eternal. Tantalus is condemned to the underworld, standing in a pool of water beneath a tree bearing fruit. Whenever he reaches for either, they retreat. Thirst and hunger gnaw at him endlessly. The punishment is not just for the crime, it is a reflection of the crime. He is forever near what he craved, but denied. This is the essence of divine justice, not arbitrary punishment, but poetic consequence. Similarly, the myth of Niobe, Tantalus' daughter,
reveals the peril of hubris. Proud of her many children, she mocks Leto, mother of only two, Apollo and Artemis. Offended, the divine twins strike her children down, leaving Niobe bereft. She flees to Mount Sipylus, where she turns to stone, her tears forming a stream. Again, the punishment is not a random act of cruelty, it is a mirror. Her pride in motherhood becomes eternal grief. Her living voice becomes lifeless rock. Divine justice does not correct, it transforms. In Greek myth, justice often blurs into vengeance, and vengeance itself is sanctified. The Erinyes, or Furies, are goddesses of retribution. They pursue those who spill kindred blood, especially matricide. They are not prosecutors in a legal sense. They are forces of memory. They do not forget. They do not forgive. When Orestes kills his mother, Clytemnestra, to avenge his father Agamemnon, he fulfills one law and violates another. The Furies hound him relentlessly, not out of spite, but out of necessity. They are not interested in motive, only in the act. This tension culminates in the Eumenides, the final play of Aeschylus's Orestia trilogy. There Athena intervenes, establishing a court of law to replace endless cycles of blood, vengeance. The Furies rage at first, but Athena offers them a place in the new order, a sacred role as protectors of justice within the city, not avengers from outside it. The transformation is radical. It marks the shift from divine retribution to civic law, from private vendetta to public judgment. Yet even in this, the divine is not dismissed. The Furies become the Semnai, Theai, the venerable ones, honored and feared. Their wrath becomes channeled, but never erased. This evolution reflects a broader theme in Greek thought. Justice must balance retribution with order. Too little justice, and chaos reigns. Too much, and it becomes tyranny. The gods themselves walk this razor's edge. When they punish mortals, they often do so disproportionately, not because they are cruel, but because the divine operates on a scale beyond human understanding. When Actaeon stumbles upon Artemis bathing, he is transformed into a stag and torn apart by his own hounds. It is a horrifying punishment for an accidental transgression. But in myth, such acts reaffirm the sanctity of the divine. The gods are not merely powerful, they are sacred, and the sacred, once violated, demands a response. This sanctity extends to the bonds between people. Xenia, the code of hospitality, is inviolable. When Paris is welcomed into Menelaus's home, and then abducts Helen, he does not just betray his host, he destabilizes the moral fabric of the world. The Trojan War that follows is not just about love or politics. It is about restoring a broken bond. The Greeks understood that peace depends not only on treaties, but on trust. When that trust is broken, justice must restore it, no matter how long it takes. Justice also governs the lives of kings. Their authority is conditional, not absolute. When Agamemnon sacrifices his daughter Iphigenia to appease Artemis, he commits a grave injustice. The gods allow him to win the war, but the moral debt must be paid. Clytemnestra kills him upon his return, not as a villain, but as an agent of balance. Her act is then avenged by her son, and the cycle continues. Each act of justice births another injustice, until a new order emerges. This cyclical pattern reflects a deep Greek belief. Justice is not linear. It is recursive, complex, and always in motion. Even heroes are bound by it. Heracles, after murdering his wife and children in a divinely induced madness, is not absolved by sorrow. He must atone through the 12 labors, each a form of purification. His strength does not shield him. If anything, it makes his crimes more severe, his debt greater. This is a consistent theme in Greek myth. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Even demigods must answer to the moral order. But divine justice is not without mercy. It allows for redemption. It recognizes intent, even as it enforces consequence. Prometheus, punished for aiding humanity, is eventually freed. Orestes, tormented by the Furies, is acquitted. Persephone, abducted by Hades, becomes queen of the underworld. Her fate transformed into a cosmic cycle of death and rebirth. These transformations are not reversals, they are fulfillments. Justice, in myth, does not erase suffering. It absorbs it and gives it shape. The gods themselves are not above justice. When Hephaestus is cast from Olympus by his mother Hera for being deformed, he later traps her in a magical throne to force her to reckon with his pain. When Achelous and Aphrodite are caught in an affair, Hephaestus exposes them to the ridicule of the other gods. Even immortals must face the consequences of their actions, but their punishments are not eternal. They are instructive. They restore equilibrium. This restoration often involves sacrifice. The Greeks understood that balance must be maintained through offering, through humility, through recognition of limits. When plague strikes Thebes and Oedipus Rex, the people do not blame chance. They seek the cause. When crops fail, when wars drag on, when ships are lost, they ask not what happened, but what went wrong. What law, divine or moral, was broken, and how can it be repaired? This attitude permeated not only myth, but ritual. Sacrifice was not appeasement, it was alignment. It was a way to acknowledge the gods, to renew the bond, to reaffirm the place of humans within the cosmic order. To refuse sacrifice, or to perform it wrongly, was to invite disorder. The Greeks lived in a world where justice was not enforced from above, but woven through every act, every choice, every prayer. This worldview did not produce fear alone, it produced reflection. Tragedy, the highest form of Greek dramatic art, was not merely about suffering. It was about recognition, anagnories. The moment when a character sees clearly, too late, the shape of their fate. When Oedipus blinds himself, it is not punishment, it is clarity. When Oedipus falls on his sword, it is not defeat, it is dignity. Justice, in these moments, is not a verdict, it is a mirror. And in that mirror, the audience sees itself. Greek mythology does not present justice as something we achieve. It presents it as something we pursue. Through struggle, through error, through courage. It is not given, it is discovered, often at great cost. And in that pursuit, we find not certainty, but depth. Today we still speak of justice, we still debate its meaning. But in the myths of ancient Greece, we find a vision that is at once timeless and humbling. A vision where justice is not always fair, but always necessary. Not always kind, but always consequential. A vision where every action matters, not because it is seen, but because it is woven into the pattern of existence. The gods may be distant now, the altars cold, but the stories remain. And in them, the scale still hangs. The thread is still measured. The echo of balance, once broken, still demands to be restored. Justice, as the Greeks knew, is not something that ends. It is something that endures. In the intricate web of Greek mythology, where gods walk among mortals, and fate weaves the fabric of existence, there lies a realm of knowledge that is both sacred and dangerous. Prophecy. To know the future is not to control it. In Greek thought, to know what is to come is to carry a burden, a vision both clarifying and haunting. Prophecy, delivered by oracles and seers, stands at the threshold between human and divine understanding. It does not offer escape from destiny. It offers warning, riddled with ambiguity, layered in meaning. It invites interpretation, and in that invitation, it reveals the tragic beauty of being mortal. The most revered oracle in the Greek world was at Delphi, a sanctuary nestled on the slopes of Mount Parnassus. It was here, at the temple of Apollo, that mortals came from every corner of the ancient world, kings, generals, poets and commoners, to seek guidance. The Pythia, the priestess of Apollo, was the voice through which the god spoke. Seated on a tripod above a chasm, said to emit vapors from the earth. She entered a trance, and from her mouth came answers that were rarely direct. The prophecies were poetic, cryptic, open to interpretation, and in that ambiguity lay both power and peril. Delphi was not merely a religious site. It was a center of political, cultural, and moral authority. The Delphic oracle influenced wars, colonization, the founding of cities. Its reach extended beyond Greece into Asia Minor, Italy, and North Africa. It functioned as a kind of divine senate, a voice of the gods consulted in all serious matters. Yet for all its grandeur, the oracle never commanded. It advised, warned, hinted. The responsibility of action remained with the seeker, and this was key. The Greeks believed that prophecy revealed possibilities, not commands. It was a mirror held up to the soul. How one interpreted it, how one acted upon it, revealed character.
The myth of Oedipus stands as the most famous and devastating example. Lagius and Jocasta, king and queen of Thebes, receive a prophecy. Their son will kill his father and marry his mother. In an attempt to thwart fate, they order the child to be abandoned on a mountainside. But he is rescued and raised by the king and queen of Corinth, unaware of his true heritage. Years later, Oedipus visits the oracle at Delphi and is told the same prophecy. Believing his adoptive parents to be his real ones, he flees Corinth to avoid harming them, only to meet his true father on the road and kill him in a quarrel. He solves the riddle of the Sphinx, saves Thebes, marries the widowed queen, his mother, and becomes king. Every step, every decision, is made in resistance to fate, and yet every action fulfills it. This story is not simply about the futility of avoiding destiny. It is about the complexity of knowing. The oracle does not lie. It reveals a truth too vast to be understood fully in the moment. The tragedy of Oedipus lies not in his choices, but in his ignorance. Prophecy, in this sense, is not a trap. It is a thread that, once touched, binds. The moment one seeks knowledge of the future, one becomes entangled in its shape. Other myths reinforce this theme. Croesus, the wealthy king of Lydia, consults Delphi before waging war against Persia. The oracle tells him that if he crosses the river Halys, he will destroy a great empire. Emboldened, he attacks, but the empire destroyed is his own. The prophecy is true, but its meaning is misunderstood. Croesus fails not because he ignored the gods, but because he heard only what he wished to hear. The Delphic oracle does not mislead. It reflects. And the mirror, as always, shows more than we intend. Prophecy also appears in more intimate tales. Cassandra, the Trojan princess, is given the gift of foresight by Apollo, who desires her. When she refuses his love, he curses her. She will always speak the truth, but no one will ever believe her. She foresees the fall of Troy, the death of Agamemnon, her own murder, but her words fall like leaves in the wind. Cassandra is a figure of unbearable clarity, punished for knowing too much. Her tragedy lies not only in what she sees, but in the silence that surrounds her. In her, the Greeks explored the terror of knowledge without power, of vision without voice. Tiresias, the blind seer of Thebes, is another enduring figure. Unlike Cassandra, he is heard. His prophecies carry weight. He sees what others do not despite his blindness, but because of it. He lives as both man and woman, gaining insight into the nature of desire and perspective. He appears in multiple myths, often as a guide through moral or existential crisis. He warns Cryon in Antigone, advises Odysseus in the underworld, and serves as a symbol of wisdom born from paradox. Blind, he sees. Silent, he speaks truth. Tiresias reminds us that prophecy is not always about the future. It is about seeing clearly now. The role of prophecy in Greek myth is not confined to individuals. It often shapes the fate of entire peoples. The founding of cities is frequently guided by oracles. The site of Delphi itself was chosen by Apollo, who slew the serpent Python and claimed the sanctuary. Colonies were established based on divine instructions. Sacred wars were waged with the blessing, or warning of Apollo. In this way, prophecy connects the divine to the political. It binds the gods, not just to the hearts of individuals, but to the destiny of nations. Yet prophecy is not deterministic. The Greeks were not fatalists in the modern sense. They believed in fate, but also in choice. The oracle shows a path, but not the only path. How one walks it, how one responds, is where freedom lies. In this tension, Greek myth reveals a deep truth. Knowledge is not salvation, it is responsibility. To know what may come is not to be spared from it. It is to be tasked with carrying it wisely. The physical spaces of oracular power, Delphi, Dodona, Claros, were more than temples, they were thresholds. Places where the veil between worlds grew thin. To step into them was to step into another rhythm of time. Pilgrims purified themselves before entering. They brought offerings, sacrifices, questions. The Pythia, veiled and entranced, did not speak for herself. She became a vessel, a mouth for Apollo's fire. And in the quiet afterward, in the riddles spoken, the real work began, not in receiving the prophecy, but in living with it. Even in myth, gods are careful with prophecy. When Theseus, the sea goddess, is prophesied to bear a son greater than his father, Zeus and Poseidon withdraw their pursuit and marry her to a mortal. That son is Achilles. The prophecy is true, but it is shaped by divine response. This episode reveals another layer, that prophecy is not a script. It is a horizon. It bends, not through denial, but through wisdom. In the tale of the Argonauts, Jason consults oracles before setting out. In the Odyssey, Odysseus receives visions and warnings from the dead, from gods, from seers. The journey is never simply physical, it is spiritual, symbolic. The map of the world is overlaid with the map of fate, and every turn is haunted by a voice from beyond, reminding the hero that the future is not waiting, it is already moving. The Greek dramatists understood this profoundly. Their plays often begin not with action, but with prophecy. The audience knows what will happen. The characters do not. And yet it is not boring, it is riveting. Because the interest lies not in what happens, but in how. How will this person respond? How will they carry the weight of what they do not yet know? The drama is not in the twist, it is in the unraveling. In this, Greek mythology offers something rare and enduring, a vision of the future that is not about control but about consciousness. The oracles are not there to comfort, they are there to awaken. They do not offer certainty, they offer possibility. And in that space, between what is known and what is understood, myth becomes alive. Today we no longer seek answers from smoke and sacred springs, but the need remains. The desire to see ahead, to make sense of the path, to find meaning in the random. We read omens in data, in dreams, in instincts. We ask the same questions: what is coming? What should I do? And the answers, when they come, are still often riddles, still shaped by our own hearing. The myths do not promise that prophecy will save us, but they show that it can prepare us. That to look forward with open eyes, even in fear, is a kind of heroism. That to interpret rightly, to see truly, is a gift not of foresight, but of wisdom. And that wisdom, unlike fate, is something we earn. In the end, prophecy in Greek myth is not about avoiding fate. It is about walking toward it with awareness. About hearing the whisper in the cave, the riddle in the fire, and choosing still to act. To love, to lose, to endure. For prophecy is not the story, it is the frame, the stage, the wind before the storm. And within it each of us still moves, seeking not certainty, but clarity. Not escape, but understanding. And in that search, as in all the old myths, we remain human, a little blind, a little brave, always listening. Beneath the surface of the world, beyond the reach of sunlight, beyond the furthest sea or storm, lies a place both feared and inevitable. The Greeks called it Hades, not only the name of the god who rules it, but the name of the realm itself. It is not hell in the Christian sense, nor simply a prison or pit. It is the underworld, the realm of the dead, a shadowed mirror of the living world, shaped by order, by ritual, and by silence. It is where all mortals go, kings and beggars alike, and it is not the end. It is the continuation of being in another form, stripped of desire, of flesh, of ambition, but not of memory. In Greek mythology, the underworld is not easily accessed, nor lightly spoken of. It is sacred and fearful. Heroes descend into it rarely and only with purpose. Its geography is both symbolic and detailed. The river Styx, whose waters are sworn upon by gods, the river Lethe, the river of forgetfulness, the Acheron, the river of pain, the Phlegethon river of fire, and the Caucasus river of lamentation. These rivers form the boundary between life and death. To cross them is to leave the world of breath and enter the realm of shadow. Only Charon, the ferryman, may guide souls across, and only when paid with a coin, the obolos placed in the mouth of the dead. Without it, the soul is left to wander. The entrance to the underworld is guarded by Cerberus, the great three-headed dog, who prevents the dead from leaving and the living from entering. Cerberus is not evil, he is a function of cosmic balance. Like all guardians of liminal spaces, he represents the threshold, the point at which all things change. Beyond him lies the realm of Hades and Persephone, rulers not of evil, but of necessity. Hades, stern and absolute, enforces the law of finality. Persephone, goddess of spring and queen of the dead, embodies the duality of death and renewal. Her presence is a reminder that even in darkness, there is rhythm. The seasons change, life descends, but also rises again. Within Hades, the dead are judged. This judgment is not based on creed or belief, but on action. 3 judges, Minos, Rhadamanthus, and Acus, preside over the souls. Their task is to place each soul in its proper place. The righteous may go to the Elysian fields, a land of peace, beauty, and eternal light. The indifferent or ordinary dwell in the asphodel meadows, a realm of neutrality and faded memory. The wicked are sent to Tartarus, a deep abyss of torment reserved for the most egregious crimes against the gods or cosmic order. The underworld is thus a moral map, reflecting the values of the living world through the lens of divine judgment. But punishment in the Greek underworld is not indiscriminate, it is particular. Tantalus, who fed his son to the gods, stands forever parched and hungry. Sisyphus, who tricked death twice and mocked the gods, rolls a boulder endlessly uphill, only for it to fall again. Ixion, who tried to seduce Hera, is bound to a flaming wheel for eternity. These are not merely punishments, they are metaphors. They reflect the crime, echo the arrogance, and serve as eternal reminders. Greek mythology teaches not only through stories, but through symbols carved into the fabric of the afterlife. Yet most souls are not punished, they simply dwell. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus travels to the underworld and meets the shade of Achilles. The great hero laments his fate, saying he would rather be a poor farmer in the living world than a king among the dead. This moment reveals the Greek view of death, not as horror, but as diminishment. The soul persists, but without the fire of life. There is no rejoicing in the underworld, no laughter, no ambition, only memory, only shadow. The journey to Hades is a recurring motif in myth. It is the ultimate test, the most sacred passage. Orpheus, the poet and musician, descends to retrieve his wife Eurydice. With his music, he moves even Hades to pity, and is allowed to lead her out, on one condition: he must not look back, but he does. And she is lost. His journey is a tale of love, but also of trust, of doubt, of the human impulse to verify what must be believed. The underworld does not punish him, it simply keeps its word. Heracles enters to capture Cerberus. Theseus and Pirithous descend to abduct Persephone and are punished with entrapment. Theseus later rescued, Pirithous not. Odysseus, guided by Circe, speaks with the dead to learn his path home. Aeneas, in the Roman adaptation, visits the underworld to meet his father's spirit and understand his destiny. Each journey is transformative. No one returns unchanged. The underworld is not a place of destruction, but of revelation. It strips away illusion. It shows the self in its starkest form. The presence of Persephone in this realm is essential. Her abduction by Hades and the subsequent grief of her mother Demeter form the mythic explanation for the seasons. But more deeply, they speak to the human experience of loss and return. Persephone is not merely taken, she becomes queen. She does not escape. She transforms. Her dual existence, half in the underworld, half in the world above, reflects the cyclical nature of life. Death is not the opposite of life, but part of its rhythm. The Eleusinian mysteries, among the most sacred rites in ancient Greece, were based on this myth. Initiates were promised not salvation in the Christian sense, but a deeper understanding. They emerged not fearing death, but understanding it differently. The mysteries were secret, not because they concealed doctrine, but because they honored a truth that cannot be spoken, only experienced. In these rituals, the journey to the underworld became metaphor, a descent into the self, a confrontation with mortality, a return with insight. The Greeks did not fear death as annihilation, they feared dishonor, obscurity, a death without meaning. The underworld preserved the soul, but not the self. Memory faded, names disappeared unless they were spoken, sung, honored. To be remembered was to endure, to be forgotten was a second. Deeper death, that is why the poets mattered. That is why the bards were sacred, they kept the names alive. They reached into Hades and pulled forth light. In this worldview, burial was not just custom, it was obligation. To deny a body, burial was to deny the soul passage. In Sophocles' Antigone, the titular character defies the king's order and buries her brother, insisting that divine law outweighs human decree. Her act is not rebellion, it is justice. To leave the dead unburied was to doom them to wander, voiceless and lost. Even enemies were granted this right. The underworld demanded respect, and respect was not fear. The Greeks did not personify death itself as cruel. Thanatos, the god of death, was gentle in many myths. He came not as a monster, but as a guide. The terror lay not in Thanatos, but in forgetting the rituals, in disrupting the balance, in living without honor. This balance extended to dreams, visions, omens. The dead could appear, speak, warn. Ghosts were not common, but when they appeared, they had purpose. Dreams of the dead were considered sacred messages. The boundary between the living and the dead was respected, but not absolute. In festivals like the Antisteria, the dead were invited back, honored with libations. And then gently dismissed. There was order even in haunting, there was law, even in mourning. The geography of the underworld, though varied across sources, always emphasized transition. The gates, the rivers, the fields, the judges, every part of it told a story, not just of where we go, but of who we were and what we carried with us. The Greeks imagined the afterlife, not to scare, but to explain, to reflect, to create continuity. Life did not vanish into death, it curved into it. Even the gods, for all their immortality, respected the realm of Hades. They did not visit lightly. They did not rule it from afar. Hades was separate, sacred, a place where law, not will, governed. And Hades himself, often misunderstood, was not malevolent. He was just, he kept what was his. He did not overreach. In a pantheon full of desire, ambition, rivalry, Hades stood apart, silent, steadfast, unyielding. And so the underworld endures in myth, not as a place of terror, but of memory, of judgment, of truth. It is the final story, the last door, the echo of all the others. It is where heroes go to see themselves, where poets go to speak with the dead, where kings go to learn humility. It is the mirror beneath the surface of the world, waiting, not with malice, but with patience. To the ancient Greeks, to speak of the underworld was not morbid, it was necessary. It was part of living. To know where we go helps us know how to live. To honor the dead is to honor what remains in us after the breath has gone. And in this, the myths offer more than fantasy. They offer a way of seeing, a way of remembering, a way of walking toward the end, not in dread, but in reverence. And so we descend as they did, not literally, but in thought, in story, in the quiet moments when we face loss, when we feel the shadow pass. And like the heroes, we return, not unscarred, not unchanged, but awakened. The underworld is not only beneath us, it is within us. And the myths still guide us there, and back again. Death, in the mythic vision of the ancient Greeks, was never just an event. It was a passage, a mystery, a boundary that could not be ignored, but also one that could never be fully known. It was woven into every rite, every prophecy, every heroic story, every divine law. The Greeks did not deny death, they shaped their world around it, through mourning, through myth, through monuments, and through the quiet terror and reverence that accompany the recognition of what lies beyond life's final breath. To the Greeks, death Thanatos was not a villain, nor was it always a punishment. It was inevitable, sacred, a completion. It touched mortals and immortals alike, not always in the literal sense, but always as a boundary of experience. Even gods mourned, even heroes wept. And though the body may decay, the soul psyche endured, passing into a realm that mirrored the world above, governed not by chaos, but by order older than Olympus. Thanatos himself, the personification of death, was a figure both feared and pitied. A minor deity, yet a powerful one, he appears in myth, not with a scythe or fury, but as a dark-winged spirit, silent and implacable. Unlike violent death in battle, which belonged to the war god Ares, Thanatos presided over the quiet extinguishing of life, the final breath, the stillness. He was neither cruel nor kind, simply certain. When Sisyphus tricks him, chaining him to avoid death, the world falls out of balance. No one can die. It is not mercy, it is horror. Without death, life becomes grotesque. The episode teaches a fundamental truth in Greek thought. Death is part of the natural order. To delay it is not to triumph, but to offend what is most essential. In mythology, the moment of death is often marked by transformation. When a mortal dies, their psyche, a word that later comes to mean soul or mind, is released. Depicted as a breath or small winged figure, it travels down to the underworld. There the soul does not vanish. It persists, reduced, faded, but present. Memory becomes the currency of meaning. The soul's greatness in life determines whether it rests in Elysium, drifts in Asphodel, or suffers in Tartarus. But no soul is forgotten entirely. To be remembered by the living is to exist. To be mourned is to be honored. This belief underpins Greek funerary customs. Proper burial was not superstition, it was salvation. A body left unburied was a soul left unanchored, wandering. In Homeric epics, burial is sacred. Even enemies, once slain, deserve rites. Achilles, after killing Hector, returns the body to Priam, allowing for proper mourning. In Antigone, the titular heroine insists on burying her brother, knowing it will cost her life. She disobeys the king, but obeys the deeper law, that death demands respect. Her sacrifice affirms that the rights of the dead supersede the dictates of the living. Funeral rituals, washing, anointing, mourning, songs, libations, offerings, were acts of love, but also of cosmic necessity. The tomb became not just a resting place, but a threshold, a marker between presence and absence. In this space, the dead could be remembered, and thus, in some way kept.
Heroes were often buried in places of significance, their graves becoming shrines. These were not mere memorials, they were points of contact between earth and underworld, between mortal and divine. At these sites, the boundaries thinned, but the Greeks did not only look downward. They imagined the soul's journey, not just as a descent, but as a movement, sometimes upward, sometimes inward. The Orphic mysteries, for instance, presented a vision of death that was not an end but a return. According to these teachings, the soul was divine, trapped in the body, as in a prison. Death, properly approached, was liberation. Through ritual purification, ethical living, and initiation, the soul could escape the cycle of rebirth and dwell eternally among the gods. The Orphics carried with them golden tablets, inscribed with instructions for the soul, where to go, what rivers to drink from, what truths to remember. These tablets, buried with the dead, were maps, not of the earth, but of the cosmos. This notion of the soul's immortality stands in contrast to the more austere Homeric view, where the dead linger in shadow. Yet both visions coexisted in Greek thought. Some saw the afterlife as an echo, others as a transformation. In both, death was not to be denied, but prepared for. It was not a punishment, but a passage, and in that passage, meaning could be found. Heroes often faced death knowingly. Achilles chooses a short life of glory over a long one of peace. He embraces fate, not with resignation, but with intensity. His death is not failure. It is fulfillment. Similarly, Socrates, as depicted by Plato, drinks the hemlock calmly. He speaks of the soul's journey, of the possibility of meeting past thinkers, of continued questioning. For him, death is not an end to philosophy, but its continuation. The dialogue does not break, it shifts registers. Death in Greek myth also serves as a revealer of truth. In tragedy, it brings clarity. The death of a king, a child, a mother, it is through these losses that characters understand themselves. Electra, Orestes, Medea, Antigone, they all move through death, toward it, or around it, and in doing so, confront the deepest moral and emotional dilemmas of existence. Death does not simplify, it complicates, it demands response, and the myths do not flinch. The gods, though immortal, are not untouched by death. They do not die, but they witness, they mourn, they enact its laws. Demeter, upon losing Persephone, withdraws life from the earth. Apollo avenges the death of Hyacinthus. Dionysus descends to the underworld to retrieve his mother, Semele. Even Zeus, distant and supreme, grieves. The divine in Greek myth is not aloof, it watches, it feels, it intervenes. Death is not beneath the gods, it is part of the order they uphold. There are two, those rare mortals who cross the boundary and return: Orpheus, Theseus, Odysseus, Heracles. Their descents into Hades are not acts of defiance, but of love, of duty, of quest. They go seeking, and what they find is not power, but insight. They glimpse the cost of life, they return, changed. These catabases' journeys downward become models, not just of mythic courage, but of spiritual initiation. To go into death, and to emerge, is to be remade, and some do not return, in body, but in memory. Patroclus, once slain, returns in dream to Achilles. His presence is more than ghostly, it is urgent, it demands burial, it demands remembrance. The Greeks understood that grief is not passive, it calls us to action, to speak the name, to sing the lament, to mark the stone, to carry the dead with us, not as burdens, but as truths. Over time, Greek views of death evolved, influenced by mystery religions, philosophy, and the rise of Rome. But the core remained: death is part of life's architecture. It is not an interruption, it is a fulfillment. To live well is to die rightly. To honor the dead is to live wisely, and to remember is to resist the final erasure. The myths do not shy away from the pain of death, they look it in the eye, they name it, they narrate it, and in doing so, They teach us not how to avoid it, but how to approach it, with reverence, with preparation, with love. They offer no heaven of rewards, no hell of eternal torment. They offer understanding, that the soul matters, that memory lasts, that even in darkness, there is law, there is form, there is meaning.
And so, as the chorus falls silent, as the pyre is lit, as the stone is set, the story does not end. It deepens. The hero dies, but is sung. The parent is buried, but remembered. The lover is lost, but not unloved. And the myths remain, not because they protect us from death, but because they teach us how to walk with it, how to face the final threshold, not with fear, but with eyes open, knowing that what we leave behind, if it is good, if it is true, will not be lost. In this, the Greeks were not morbid. They were honest. They placed death where it belongs, at the center of life, not to dominate it, but to give it shape, to remind us that time is finite, but meaning is not, that what we do matters, and that the end, when it comes, is not silence, but another kind of story. In the bright cradle of the Mediterranean world, amid white stone columns and olive groves, the myths of the ancient Greeks were more than stories. They were frameworks. They were mirrors, held up to the soul, tools for shaping identity, instruments of memory and meaning. In the classical period of Greece, the 5th and 4th centuries BCE, the era of Pericles, Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle, mythology did not fade into superstition. Instead, it deepened. It evolved. It embedded itself into drama, philosophy, sculpture, and political life. It became something living, something that grew with the people who told it. The gods, heroes, and monsters did not retreat. They walked beside the thinkers and the poets. They became subjects of inquiry and reinvention. In classical Athens, the mythic imagination was not relegated to the past. It shaped the very structure of public life. The tragedies of Aeschylus, Sophocles, and Euripides unfolded before the eyes of citizens gathered at the theater of Dionysus, not as entertainment alone, but as civic ritual. These plays retold the old myths, but not blindly. They re-examined them. They questioned them. They revealed their psychological depths and ethical complexities. In Agamemnon, Antigone, Medea, the Bacchae, and Oedipus Rex, the audience saw familiar gods and heroes placed under new lights, subjected to new tensions. These dramatists were not heretics. They were interpreters of sacred material. Through myth, they probed the nature of justice, fate, pride, and human suffering. They took figures once considered remote, kings like Oedipus, queens like Clytemnestra, and made them painfully human. They gave voice to the silenced Cassandra, Iphigenia, Electra. Through them, the myths became tools for empathy. They reflected the tensions of a democratic society still haunted by war, still negotiating its values. They asked, what do we owe the gods? What do we owe each other? Can law and morality truly align? Even comedy, the flip side of tragedy, found new uses for myth. Aristophanes mocked the gods, reimagined Heracles as a glutton, Dionysus as a coward. But beneath the satire, there was still reverence. Comedy did not dismantle myth, it recontextualized it. It brought Olympus down to earth, reminded the people that their gods could laugh and stumble. Myth in this period was elastic. It could hold both reverence and ridicule, solemnity and subversion. Philosophy, emerging alongside drama, approached myth with even greater complexity. Socrates, as portrayed by Plato, was famously skeptical of the literal truth of traditional myths. Yet even he used them, in dialogues like Phaedrus, Gorgias, and Republic. Plato employs myth as allegory, as a vessel for truth that cannot be explained by reason alone. The myth of Hera, which concludes Republic, presents a vision of the soul's journey after death, drawing on Orphic and Pythagorean elements. It is not dogma. It is a symbolic framework for moral and metaphysical reflection. Plato often criticizes the poets, especially Homer, for presenting the gods as cruel, capricious, immoral. He wants a purified myth, one that upholds the ideal of the good, yet he cannot discard myth entirely. He needs it. Even his theory of forms, abstract and rational, leans on metaphor. He understands that myth reaches where logic cannot, that the soul does not hunger for data, but for story. Aristotle, more grounded, offers a different view. In his Poetics, he defends mythic tragedy as a vital form of catharsis, the suffering of Oedipus, the fall of heroes, the conflict between human will and divine order. These are not just narratives. They cleanse the soul. They allow citizens to confront their fears and flaws safely. For Aristotle, myth is not dangerous illusion. It is emotional truth, distilled and shared. Outside of Athens, myth continued to inform identity and ritual. In Sparta, myths of Heracles and the Dioscuri shaped martial values. In Thebes, the legacy of Cadmus and the cursed house of Laius formed a civic mythos. Delphi, still a pan-Hellenic center, maintained the oracle and its sacred precincts. Olympia celebrated the gods through games, where athletes became temporary avatars of heroic excellence. Across the Greek world, temples rose to Athena, Apollo, Artemis, Poseidon, each with localized myths that blended with broader narratives. Myth was both unifying and particular. It tied city to city, god to god, person to person. Art, too, evolved with myth. In the Archaic period, vase paintings had presented myths as scenes: Achilles slaying Penthesilea, Heracles wrestling the Nemean lion. But in the Classical period, artists began to explore emotion, movement, ambiguity. On red figure pottery, we see Ajax preparing for suicide, Medea contemplating her children, the moment before Orestes strikes. The emphasis shifts from act to choice, from deed to doubt. Sculptors carved gods and heroes, not as symbols of perfection, but as beings caught in time, bodies in tension, expressions layered with pathos. The Parthenon itself, crowning Athens, is a monument to myth. Its friezes depict the Pan-Athenic procession, the birth of Athena, the battle between Lapiths and centaurs. These are not static icons. They are living stories in stone. Meanwhile, the spread of myth continued through education and oratory. Boys learned to read through Homer. Speeches began with invocations to the gods. Law, ethics, and civic identity were often explained through reference to mythic precedent. Even political decisions could invoke divine lineage. Leaders claimed descent from heroes. Battles were fought beneath the gaze of temples. Festivals celebrated not just seasonal rhythms, but mythic memories. Dionysia for Dionysus, Thargelia for Apollo, Eleusinian rites for Demeter and Persephone. Yet the classical period also marked a turning point. As rational inquiry deepened, myth began to shift from shared belief to symbolic language. It was no longer assumed to be literally true. It was interpreted, analyzed, repurposed. This transition was not a rejection, but a maturation. Myth became metaphor, a mode of thinking, a way to express truths that lay beyond proof. For some, this meant secularization. For others, it meant sanctification at a higher level. Myth did not fade with the philosophers. It expanded. The Hellenistic period that followed would take the myths further, blending them with Egyptian, Persian, and Babylonian traditions. But the groundwork was laid in the classical era, where gods and ideas coexisted, where the stage and the symposium, the temple and the academy, all spoke in the same symbolic language. In this way, Greek mythology became more than religion. It became a vocabulary of meaning, a shared grammar of the sacred and the human, a map of experience drawn in stories. And through those stories, the Greeks explored what it means to live in a world governed by forces beyond our control. Gods, fate, nature, desire, and yet still be responsible, still be moral, still seek wisdom. The myths did not offer easy answers. They offered frames. In the face of suffering, they said, this has meaning. In the face of triumph, they said, remember humility. In the face of death, they said, you are not the first. Others have walked this path. Listen. And so, in the light of the Acropolis, in the shadow of tragedy, in the quiet of the agora, myth lived, not as relic, as rhythm, as breath. It lives still, not in temples of marble, but in questions we still ask, and stories we still tell. And in that, the legacy of Greek mythology in the classical world is not past, it is beginning. The gods speak still, not from Olympus, but from within. As the Greek world extended its influence through the Mediterranean, through conquest, colonization, and the quiet force of cultural prestige, the myths of Greece traveled with it. They moved with the traders, the poets, the generals, and the philosophers. They crossed seas and languages. They became stories no longer confined to the slopes of Mount Olympus or the shores of Attica, but embedded into temples in Asia Minor, in the courtly poems of Alexandria, and most enduringly, in the heart of Rome. This transformation, this migration of myth, was not a loss of purity, it was a rebirth. In the Roman and Hellenistic worlds, Greek mythology became a universal language of power, psychology, and identity. The conquest of Greece by Rome in the 2nd century BCE did not end the life of Greek myth. On the contrary, it gave it new breath. The Romans, in awe of Greek culture, absorbed it almost wholesale. But they did not merely imitate, they translated, adapted, reimagined. The gods were given Latin names. Zeus became Jupiter, Hera became Juno, Athena became Minerva, Ares became Mars. But beneath these new names, the old personalities remained, sometimes softened, sometimes sharpened. The Roman gods were more civic, more disciplined, often more moralized. Yet the emotional and symbolic core of the Greek pantheon was retained. The loves, the rivalries, the myths of transformation and trial. This translation was not superficial. It extended deep into Roman thought. Virgil's Aeneid, Rome's national epic, consciously imitates and responds to Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. Aeneas is a new kind of hero, pious, duty-bound, chosen to found an empire. His journey echoes Odysseus, his grief reflects Achilles, but his purpose is Roman. He is the carrier of destiny, of fatum, a Latin parallel to the Greek Moira, though with its own civic resonance. Through Aeneas, Rome connects itself to Troy, and thus to Greece, not as a student, but as a successor. The myths are not merely inherited, they are instrumentalized. Ovid, in his Metamorphoses, offers another approach. His vast shimmering tapestry of myths, from creation to Caesar's deification, preserves hundreds of Greek tales, but recasts them with Roman wit and elegance. His gods are passionate, vengeful, absurd, and sublime. His mortals suffer, transform, transcend. The poem is not a religious document. It is an artistic testament to the enduring power of myth as narrative, as metaphor, as reflection of human experience. In Ovid's hands, Greek mythology becomes a literary archive of the soul. The Hellenistic world, which arose after the conquests of Alexander the Great, also reshaped myth. No longer tied to the civic rituals of the polis, myth became more cosmopolitan, more introspective. In Alexandria, Pergamon, Antioch, Greek stories mingled with Egyptian, Persian, and Semitic traditions. Deities were syncretized. Isis was worshipped alongside Demeter. Serapis blended aspects of Hades and Osiris. Hermes merged with Thoth. This fusion was not chaotic. It reflected a new world, where identity was layered, fluid, and vast. Myth in this period became a vehicle for philosophy, astrology, personal salvation. Mystery religions flourished. Orphism, the cult of Dionysus, the Eleusinian mysteries, and later Mithraism, and the cult of Isis. These were not just reenactments of mythic cycles, they were experiences of transformation. The myths became templates for the soul's journey, descent, death, rebirth. They moved from the public square to the private chamber, from the temple steps to the interior world. Philosophers of the Hellenistic and Roman periods, engaged with myth in new ways. The Stoics saw myth as allegory, stories concealing ethical and cosmological truths. For them, Zeus was not a bearded man on a throne, but a symbol of logos, the divine reason pervading all things. Heracles became the model of moral struggle, enduring labor and temptation to align with virtue. The Epicureans, by contrast, rejected myth's literal and symbolic power. For them, the gods existed, but did not interfere. The myths were poetry, not prophecy, comfort, not command. The Neoplatonists, especially in late antiquity, elevated myth to metaphysics. Plotinus Proclus and others read myths as symbolic structures of the soul's descent into matter and its return to the divine. The tale of Persephone was not only a seasonal allegory, it was the soul's forgetting and remembering. Orpheus was not only a poet, but a mystic who sang the soul back to its source. In their hands, the old stories became ladders of ascent. Every god, every rite, every symbol had inner meaning. Within Rome itself, myth also served political ends. Emperors claimed divine ancestry. Augustus traced his line to Aeneas and Venus. Coins bore the images of gods, not only as patrons, but as legitimizers. Temples to Jupiter, Mars Ultor, and Minerva were not only places of worship, they were symbols of imperial virtue, strength, wisdom, order. Myth shaped the Roman calendar, civic life, and moral ideals. The goddess Roma herself became a personification of the state, a new deity in the old mold. Yet despite this integration, the core emotional power of myth remained. The myth spoke to individuals, not just to citizens, not just to philosophers, but to people. The story of Narcissus warned of self-obsession. The story of Icarus warned of hubris. The story of Pygmalion celebrated the transformative power of love and art. These were not distant tales. They were lenses. Art and architecture in the Roman world reflected this mythic depth. Frescoes in Pompeii depict scenes from Homer, from Euripides, from Ovid. Statues of Heracles, Aphrodite, and Apollo adorned villas and forums. Mosaics reimagined the labors, the loves of Zeus, the judgment of Paris. Even domestic spaces became places where myth lived, where the divine and the human coexisted in painted breath. At the same time, myth began to transcend belief. In a world increasingly influenced by reason, skepticism, and competing religious claims, mythology was understood as a cultural inheritance, a treasure chest of meaning, rather than a literal map of the world. This did not weaken it, it expanded it. Myth became education. Myth became identity. To be Roman was to know the myths. To be cultivated was to quote Homer and Virgil, to recognize the gods in marble, to understand the signs in the sky. In this way, Greek mythology in the Roman and Hellenistic world ceased to be bound to one place, one people. It became a shared language across empires. Its symbols were interpreted in temples in Gaul, in the mosaics of North Africa, in the papyri of Egypt. It was translated, absorbed, but never erased. Even as Christianity rose, even as temples fell and new creeds took root, the myths lingered, in libraries, in memory, in art, and in time, they would rise again. The transformation of Greek mythology in the Roman and Hellenistic periods is not a story of loss. It is a story of adaptation, of survival, of new life. The myths traveled because they spoke to something essential, something that no empire, no philosophy, no theology could replace: the need for story. The need to see ourselves in gods, in heroes, in tragic falls, and divine ascent. As the old world reshaped itself, as Greek became Latin, and cities rose and fell, the myths remained, rewritten, reinterpreted, but never forgotten. They lived on, not because they were true in the literal sense, but because they were true in the deeper sense, in the way they revealed fear, love, ambition, betrayal, and hope. And so, under Roman arches, in Hellenistic scrolls, in the prayers of mystics and the jokes of satirists, the Greek myths endured, not as relics, but as rhythms, not as ruins, but as roots.
from Olympus to the Senate, from Delphi to Alexandria, from Aeschylus to Ovid. The gods walked in many forms, and in each they carried the weight and the wonder of a world shaped not only by power, but by imagination. When the ancient world began to fall silent, when the marble temples crumbled, and the old gods receded from the civic squares and coastal sanctuaries, the myths of Greece did not vanish. They faded, dimmed, changed language and form, but they endured. As Christianity rose and the Roman Empire dissolved into fragmentary kingdoms and ecclesiastical power, the stories of Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, of Heracles, Persephone, and Prometheus, moved underground, sometimes literally, sometimes metaphorically. They were copied in monasteries, whispered in vernacular epics, hidden in allegory, and painted in the margins of illuminated manuscripts. The medieval world, despite its reputation for spiritual austerity, remained haunted by the gods of Greece. The shift from polytheism to monotheism was neither immediate nor total. In the early centuries of the Christian era, Greek mythology became a contested terrain. The Church Fathers, thinkers like Augustine, Clement of Alexandria, and Tertullian, viewed the old myths with suspicion. To them, the gods were either dangerous fantasies or demonic deceptions. Yet even as they condemned, they quoted, they engaged. Augustine, in his City of God, critiques Roman religion at length, using myth as a foil for Christian truth. But he cannot ignore its power. He wrestles with Homer, with Virgil, with Plato's myths, even as he asserts a new cosmology. Christian thinkers gradually repurposed the myths. They became moral examples, negative or instructive. Prometheus became a symbol of forbidden knowledge. Hercules' labors were seen as allegories of virtue. The mythic world was reframed, not as sacred reality, but as encoded truth. The gods became personifications. Venus of lust, Mars of war, Minerva of wisdom. This transformation did not erase the myths. It preserved them, in disguise. In the Byzantine Empire, where Greek remained the language of learning, and Orthodox theology flourished, classical texts were more directly preserved. Scholars like John Tzitzis and Michael Pacellus quoted Homer and Hesiod fluently. The myths were sometimes Christianized, sometimes allegorized, but they remained part of intellectual life. They were not taught as religion, but as literature, as heritage. This thread of continuity would later prove vital during the Renaissance. In Western Europe, where Latin became the dominant scholarly language, Greek myths lived on through Roman intermediaries. Ovid's Metamorphoses became the primary vessel. Its stories of gods and transformations, written with elegance and ambiguity, were copied, read, and reinterpreted. In medieval schools, Ovid was studied not as a pagan author, but as a poetic craftsman. Teachers and scribes allegorized his tales. Daphne as the soul fleeing worldly desire, Orpheus as Christ descending into death, the golden fleece as divine wisdom, sought by the virtuous. Medieval bestiaries included mythic creatures, griffins, hydras, centaurs, reframed as symbols of sin, pride, or divine mystery. Myth entered the architecture of cathedrals, the margins of psalters. It was never central, but it was never absent. The medieval imagination was layered. Beneath Christian narrative lay mythic memory. Knights imagined themselves as Perseus or Hector as much as saints. Queens were likened to Helen or Penelope. The world of chivalry and courtly love borrowed freely from the epics of Homer and Virgil, recasting them in feudal tones. In art, classical figures appeared in tapestries and frescoes, reinterpreted through Christian eyes. Botticelli's The Birth of Venus, painted later in the early Renaissance, had its roots in this medieval fusion, myth re-emerging, not as belief, but as beauty. Earlier manuscript illustrations showed Hercules fighting monsters in the margins of Bibles, or Diana bathing under watchful eyes of monks turned artists. Myth, though theologically demoted, was artistically alive. The preservation of Greek myth during this time depended largely on the survival of texts. In Ireland and Anglo-Saxon England, monks copying Roman authors occasionally encountered fragments of myth and preserved them unintentionally. In Moorish Spain, where Islamic, Jewish and Christian scholars coexisted, Aristotle and Plato were preserved and translated, along with their mythic analogies. Myth thus moved across languages, religions, and regions. It was not a continuous flame, but a series of embers passed hand to hand. The Carolingian Renaissance, under Charlemagne, in the 9th century, saw renewed interest in classical learning. Boethius, writing earlier, had woven myth into philosophy in the Consolation of Philosophy, where muses and metaphysical ideas speak together. Later, scholastics like Thomas Aquinas engaged with Aristotle through Islamic commentators, unaware that his logic carried mythic residues. By the 12th century, a proto-Renaissance began to stir in Europe. The mythic past was now seen as part of a lost wisdom, a symbolic language pointing toward truths that theology alone could not articulate. The Roman de la Rose, Dante's Divine Comedy, and Chaucer's poetry all integrate Greek myth, not as religion, but as metaphor, memory, structure. Dante, walking through hell and heaven, places classical figures beside biblical ones. Virgil becomes his guide. Ulysses appears not as sinner or saint, but as a restless seeker. The myths do not clash with Christian cosmology. They complete it. They fill its silences with stories of yearning, hubris, fate. By the end of the Middle Ages, Greek mythology had not been eradicated. It had been transmuted. What began as divine worship became moral parable, poetic device, intellectual curiosity. The gods were not gone. They were wearing new robes. They had entered the dreams of monks, the imaginations of poets, the questions of philosophers. And though they no longer received sacrifice, they received something else: interpretation. Interpretation is survival. And through the dark and golden centuries of the medieval world, Greek mythology survived, not untouched, but unbroken, waiting, resting, preparing to rise again, when the Renaissance would call them by name, and the old gods would once more speak in the language of beauty, balance, and human striving. As the Renaissance dawned across the cities of Italy, fueled by rediscovered manuscripts, artistic patronage, and a new reverence for antiquity, the gods of Greece rose once more, not as deities to be worshipped, but as symbols of knowledge, beauty, and power. In Florence, Rome, Venice, and beyond, artists, poets, and philosophers called the old names again: Apollo, Venus, Hermes, Athena. They painted them on chapel ceilings, sculpted them in marble, wove them into epic verse, and in doing so they rekindled not just interest, but presence. The mythic imagination, long subdued under theological restraint, returned in full bloom. The Renaissance was not a rejection of Christianity. It was a rebalancing, a recovery, a realization that the truths of the ancients could coexist with the truths of Scripture. Greek mythology provided a language of metaphor, of harmony, of moral tension. In the hands of humanists like Petrarch and Boccaccio, the gods became figures of study, of curiosity, of poetic revival. In Boccaccio's Genealogia, Deorum Gentilium, he catalogued the gods not as demons or idols, but as figures worthy of scholarly consideration, tracing their stories, attributes, and moral dimensions. Art became the vessel where myth most vibrantly reawakened. In the early 15th century, Sandro Botticelli painted The Birth of Venus and Primavera, works that infused Christian technique with pagan subject matter. Venus stands not as lust, but as divine beauty. Mercury parts the clouds. The Houri dance in a circle of spring. These are not mere illustrations. They are visual arguments for the continuity of spirit between antiquity and Renaissance. The gods return, not as rulers of the cosmos, but as muses of the mind. Sculpture followed suit. Donatello, Michelangelo, and Cellini revived the nude, not only as anatomical study, but as homage to the divine human. Michelangelo's David recalls heroic nude statuary of antiquity. Though David is biblical, his form is classical. Even in religious works, mythic influence lingers. The muscular forms of the Sistine Chapel ceiling echo Heracles. More than any medieval angel, the divine, once ascetic, becomes embodied again. Architecture too bears the mark. Temples inspire churches. Columns return to facades. Proportion, harmony, the golden ratio. These mathematical truths, drawn from Vitruvius and ancient ideals, shape the sacred anew. The mythic worldview is not resurrected wholesale, but its structures, its proportions, its reverence for balance and order, all return, filtered through Christian humanism. Writers of the Renaissance use myth to shape epic and allegory. Edmund Spenser's The Faerie Queene, though English and Christian, leans on classical form and fills its allegorical landscape with mythic echoes. In Italy, Ariosto's Orlando Furioso dances with gods and monsters, knights and enchantresses, all beneath a canopy of ancient stars. Myth is not treated as dogma, it is a palette, a lexicon of wonder. At universities, the classical canon is reintroduced. Homer is taught again. Plato and Aristotle are read not in translation alone, but in the original Greek. This resurgence is not limited to Italy. Across Europe, in the courts of France, the academies of Germany, the universities of England, Greek myth becomes a cornerstone of educated discourse. It is quoted in sermons, alluded to in treatises, depicted in theater. This resurgence of myth, however, is not naive. Renaissance thinkers know they are reinterpreting. They are not pagans. They are Christians who see in the mythic past a mirror of human nature. The gods become archetypes. Athena is wisdom. Ares is conflict. Dionysus is ecstasy and loss of control. These are not powers to be prayed to. They are energies to be understood. This psychological approach deepens over time. In the late Renaissance and into the Baroque, myth becomes a stage for inner drama. In Shakespeare, classical allusions abound. His characters invoke Jove, Mercury, the Fates, not because they believe in them, but because they speak through them. Myth becomes rhetoric, a way to express emotion, hierarchy, fate, tragedy. Science, too, borrows from myth. The naming of planets, constellations, and later elements in celestial bodies, Jupiter, Mars, Venus, Orion, preserves the memory of Olympus in the stars. Alchemists write in symbolic code. The sun is Apollo, the moon is Artemis. Mercury, both element and messenger, flits between disciplines. Myth becomes a language of exploration, and yet, for all its resurgence, Renaissance myth does not recreate the ancient worldview. It refracts it. It transforms it into something new. It is no longer a living religion. It is a cultural memory, a psychological map, a set of aesthetic ideals. It is admired, not feared, loved, not worshipped, but it is not shallow. Myth in the Renaissance reclaims its place as a way of seeing, a lens for understanding beauty, human nature, history, and the divine. It becomes embedded in education, in governance, in art, in personal reflection. The Renaissance man is not a believer in Zeus. He is a student of his meaning. This shift allows for a unique kind of survival. The myths do not fade. They adapt, and in adapting, they become timeless. They enter the DNA of the West, its literature, its politics, its psychology. They lie dormant in images and idioms, waiting to be rediscovered again. In this rebirth, Greek mythology moves from the temple to the page, from prayer to performance, from ritual to reason, but it loses none of its depth. It still speaks of love and wrath, pride and fall, wisdom and excess. it still tells the story of being human in a world shaped by forces larger than ourselves. And in that, the Renaissance gives the gods back their voices, not as commands, but as questions. Questions we still ask, and answers we still seek. Greek mythology never died. It transformed as the Enlightenment dawned, and the modern world began to define itself through science, reason, and progress. One might have expected the gods of Olympus to fall silent once more, but instead, they lingered, beneath language within literature, in the symbols and archetypes of a new secular age. The myths once chanted in temples and carved into marble, found new homes in novels, operas, ballads, films, and the subconscious itself. Their relevance did not decline with time. It deepened, shifted, took on new layers. In the 19th century, as Romanticism rose to challenge the cold clarity of rationalism, myth was reawakened as a source of emotional truth. Poets such as Keats, Shelley, and Byron turned to Greek stories, not simply for decoration, but as metaphors for longing, beauty, despair. In Keats's Ode on a Grecian Urn, the frozen figures of antiquity become a meditation on eternity and loss. Shelley's Prometheus Unbound transforms the myth of the firebringer into a cosmic allegory of liberation and defiance. These poets were not retelling myths, they were communing with them.
Visual artists, too, embrace the mythic imagination. Painters like Ingres, Moreau, and later the symbolists revived mythological scenes with an emphasis on sensuality, ambiguity, and dreamlike intensity. Psyche and Eros, Leda and the Swan, Orpheus, and Eurydice, they all returned, not as divine beings, but as symbols of the human condition. The gods became mirrors for desire, conflict, and transcendence. Meanwhile, the field of psychology, emerging in the shadow of the Romantic era, found in myth a vital tool for understanding the human mind. Sigmund Freud famously interpreted the story of Oedipus as a foundational structure of human development. The Oedipus complex, controversial and reductive as it may be, placed myth at the heart of the unconscious. Carl Jung took this further. For Jung, myths were not quaint relics, they were expressions of the collective unconscious, universal symbols that arose independently across cultures. The hero, the shadow, the anima, all these archetypes lived in the myths of Greece. To understand myth was to understand the psyche. This psychological reading of Greek myth opened new doors. Myths became not only stories to be read, but maps of the soul to be followed. Joseph Campbell, in the 20th century, systematized this view in his concept of the monomyth, the hero's journey. Though based on myths from around the world, Campbell's structure owes a profound debt to Greek narratives. Jason, Perseus, Heracles, Odysseus, all follow arcs of separation, initiation, return. These arcs, according to Campbell, are not just literary. They are spiritual. They are personal. Campbell's influence reached far beyond academia. In cinema, his ideas shaped some of the most iconic narratives of the modern era. George Lucas cited him directly in the creation of Star Wars. But the debt is not only to Campbell, it is to the myths themselves. Athena lives in Leia. Zeus echoes in Vader. The labyrinth of the Death Star is a shadow of Minas Maze. The mythic pattern lives on, dressed in technology, lit by stars. Greek mythology has become a template for storytelling itself. Novelists from James Joyce to Margaret Atwood have reimagined the myths through modern eyes. Joyce's Ulysses is an Odyssean epic set in the streets of Dublin. Atwood's The Penelopiad gives voice to Penelope and her maids, challenging Homeric silence. These retellings are not homage, they are critique, conversation, and continuation. They ask, what do these stories mean now? What have they missed? Who gets to speak? In language, too, the myths persist. Narcissism. Herculean. Achilles' heel. Panic. Odyssey. Titanic. Each word a myth reduced to a metaphor, a god transmuted into an adjective. We speak their names without realizing. We summon their echoes with every use. In education, the myths remain foundational. Children still learn of Icarus and Daedalus, of Persephone and Demeter. The stories remain because they are flexible. They can be told as cautionary tales, as poetic wonders, as psychological insights. They do not preach, they reveal. They invite interpretation. They are open. In a secular world, mythology provides a language for the sacred that does not require belief. It allows for ritual, for reverence, for narrative, without dogma. It offers a sense of depth and continuity without imposing a single truth. In a fragmented culture, myth offers coherence, not by erasing complexity, but by embracing it. The 21st century has seen an explosion of interest in myth through popular media. Films, graphic novels, video games, television series, many draw directly from Greek mythology. Rick Riordan's Percy Jackson series introduces young readers to a modern world populated by gods and monsters, weaving the old myths into contemporary life. Games like Hades and God of War reimagine ancient narratives through interactive storytelling, bringing myth to life in new forms. Yet these adaptations are not merely playful. They serve a cultural function. In a world increasingly marked by existential uncertainty, environmental crisis, technological upheaval, myths offer grounding. They remind us of the timeless questions: who am I? What must I do? What does it mean to be mortal? Greek mythology today functions as a living tradition, not because we believe in the literal existence of Mount Olympus, but because we recognize the mountain within us. The ascent, the challenge, the divine spark, the fall, the return. These stories are not about the past. They are about the shape of meaning. In psychology, in literature, in philosophy, in the arts, Greek mythology remains a central thread. It is not static. It evolves. It responds to new needs, new visions. Feminist retellings reclaim the voices of Medea, Medusa, and Helen. Queer interpretations explore the fluidity of identity in gods like Dionysus and myths of Ganymede. Post-colonial readings deconstruct the imperial overtones of heroic conquest. This is not dilution. It is dynamism. The strength of myth lies in its adaptability. The gods change faces. The stories find new listeners. The old scripts become stages for new truths. And so, the legacy of Greek mythology in the modern world is not a museum exhibit. It is a language, a mirror, a rhythm. It beats beneath the surface of our most powerful expressions, in our art, our struggles, our dreams. It is not ancient. It is alive. The gods still speak. Not in thunder, but in metaphor. Not in prophecy, but in poetry. Not from Olympus, but from within. And we, like those who first sang their names, still listen. Still wonder. Still tell the tales. Because in telling them, we tell ourselves.